All right, good afternoon, Council. Bonjour, Sego. We'll begin our meeting with a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. We acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee peoples, the Mohawks of Akwesasne, the original keepers of this land. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Councillor Gardner, will you please lead us in singing our national anthem?
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. That's it.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Justin Towndale.
Present.
Councillors Claude McIntosh. Dean Hollingsworth. Sarah Good.
Present.
Caroline Hébert.
Présent.
Councillors Elaine McDonald.
Present.
Sid Gardner.
Here.
Todd Bennett.
Here.
Fred Ngunjo.
Présent.
Councillors Denis Sabourin and Maurice Dupel send their regrets, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any disclosures of interest? Councillor Hébert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll walk away from the room and disclose conflict of interest when the Social Development Council is discussed or debated in any capacity.
Thank you. Any further disclosures? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go into presentations and reports. So today we're going to start off with the reports back from Ms. Bailey from Council Inquiries. And then we'll move into questions and motions on the debate. Ms. Bailey.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There were 4 inquiries of information requested from Council. And so the 2024 budget comparison to other municipalities, legal costs 2020 through 2023, a comparison of budget submission to approved budget for 2020 through 2023, and site-specific Heart of the City CIP incentive program. Attached to the meeting agenda and sent to Council by email are administration's responses to those inquiries. So if there's any questions, we are here to respond.
Any questions from Council on any of these reports?
Just a comment, we can't see the bottom of that, so what's the total?
Microphone, Councillor Gardner.
Sorry. Okay, got it.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Hollingsworth.
Just one, wait, you know what, Your Worship, I'll wait. I have a comment on the legal fees. I guess we'll stay on this page first, and if nobody has questions, then we can go to that one.
Can we move on to the report regarding legal fees, please? Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. Legal fees last year, and I don't have it right in front of me, and I can't see it because I don't have glasses, but I pretty good idea what the number was. I believe it was $1.9 million approximate. Is that right, Mr. CO?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's what's on the screen, Councillor, with a little asterisk, which means that we're still tallying up the
Okay.
last portion of 23, so that number is likely a little higher.
The question I have is, under the assumption that council approves this budget with a legal director, I guess we're gonna go, and somebody working with that director, am I under can I guesstimate that 1.9 is gonna be lower next year?
Certainly, that's the intention. That's the intention of all of senior management team is to, there are two drivers, Councillor, of that reduction, or three elements. One is how quickly can we bring that resource? How can they be effective in triaging our risk? And then which legal elements, that it'd be through labor relations or litigations, are beyond the individual's capacity.
Right.
What I'm seeing in recent interactions is that the senior management team is much more aware of the change that we're trying to bring through internal legal services, and we're monitoring that very carefully currently. So my belief is that we can significantly lower the amount, but there are external factors, including litigation, which could impact the ultimate number.
Okay, that being said, is it realistic to make the assumption that if not this year, then by next budget, so not 2020, okay, so maybe we don't see the savings 2024 because there's a lot of legalese kind of floating around within the corporation, but can we realistically expect that 2025, we can be assured that there'd be some reduction, assuming some of these legal issues are somewhat cleaned up?
We can bring, our goal is to bring those savings this year as fast as we can. We're currently spending, for example, in labor relations, about $3,000 a day in legal services on average. So just bringing a lawyer in-house, what can that do to that? We believe in working through senior management team that there's immediate savings that we can bring. I just don't, we have to assume that we probably, we're in February already. The job posting's not out. By the time we do interviews, by the time we have someone, we're at somewhere in March. Hopefully the person works out, joins. So we're starting to see the impacts of those legal services at some point in the late second quarter of this year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually remembered to turn my mic on. Miss Bailey, when I looked over the report, that is not the final tally, and it could be well over $2 million. Not a whole lot, but I think based on what still has to come in to be billed, that's not the final tally.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We're finalizing that now. Some invoices still have not been received for 2023. So that'll be part of that year end.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say that I support this motion, and I recognize, well, we had a lawyer, an in-house lawyer in the past, certainly somebody attached to us in our decision-makings in council, and I think he simply retired, and for whatever reason, I don't believe he was replaced. And I know that there could be something like the inquiry, for example, that just knocked all guesstimates out of the water, so we could hit some crisis. But I imagine we're not looking for a generalist, or are we? Or are we looking for a lawyer who specializes in labor relations, for example? Or are we are looking for kind of a GP in this respect?
I believe our intentions, and I'm glad to keep council apprised if this shifts, but we want a good generalist to be the director of legal services, someone that has strong legal background. And as I described, depending on areas of risk, we could see future legal services, particularly for labor relations, particularly for litigation. But it's too early to say beyond that. GP, as you described, Councillor, what would be the future output. But we would always have two key indicators in mind. The first one being that we protect the corporation in bringing forward standards and being able to guide our city's interest, and the second one being obviously a cost reduction or risk management in that area.
Excuse me. Any further comments or questions on any of the reports? Councillor McIntosh.
Sticking with legal, we used to hire a local lawyer. I guess he was as a freelancer almost, and if I recall, at times he was in over his head. He was, and I think at one time, even though he retired, the feeling around council, maybe Dean can help me out with this, is that we needed to go outside and get somebody with a specialist type thing rather than dealing with a, versus family doctor versus a specialist. And I think that's when the change was made, because locally there just wasn't that caliber of a lawyer to handle things. So that they dropped the idea of, it didn't go well with the local legal people, but that was what they did. The huge bill for the legal bill for 2023, we have things that get but BLG takes, and it just seems like it gets stuck in the system. I can think of the airport's a good example, which will probably come up. Elaine might jog my memory on this, but I think the last term of council, we voted to get out of the airport business. And BLG was to come up with an exit plan, because the idea that, do we just give it to the South Glengarry and then they turn around and sell it? So they were working on this plan. That's 3 years ago. I never heard a thing back. And same with the MPAC lawsuit. It just, and I'm sure most lawyers will charge you, even though it's in the file. There's a fee for administrating that file. And that's where it gets frustrating, because this is a very big, powerful law firm and with a ton of lawyers, and yet things, maybe it's our fault. We don't push them, and what's going on here? What's going on here? So that's my frustration with our legal bills. That it just seems that we're spinning our wheels, or they're spinning their wheels at the time. And they got a great team of lawyers. Well, that's Davis here, Scott's one of the best. And, but maybe we weren't pushing hard at this end. We were just letting things ride.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. And I think the best way for me to respond is the city works with multiple firms, BLG being one of them, but we work with M.O. Arden, we work with Gowlings in different litigations that you've just highlighted. The Director of Legal Services would also be accountable in the same way we are to council, and doing annual reports and understanding risk and providing updates. So elements that you're raising to me are another benefit of bringing someone in-house, which is those more complete, more complex, more substantive lawsuits would still, or litigation element would still have an internal holder of those areas. And Mr. Stevenson and I, for example, we're looking at range of labor relations aspects. We think there's also a benefit for internal guidance. I was meeting with building code and bylaw a few weeks ago, and they said, like, when we go to court because of a complete matter, if we just pick up a lawyer that doesn't know the city, it's a different. So I think there's a lot of gains that go beyond the financial aspect is what drove us to consider it. But then aside from that, I think some of the elements or frustrations you're describing should be resolved through having that internal service.
Do many communities, like I'll use the Kingston, Brantfords, Bellevilles, North Bays, do they have legal departments?
Yes.
They do, eh?
Okay, Councillor Gunjo, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking about this legal service, I would like to ask to Mrs. Bailey. Maybe I'm not sure you're gonna have the answer, but I know you're very good to find your data. But can we have those last 2 or 3 years, the amount of money we spent for external legal services, just to see how much? Yeah. Okay, so this is for 1 year, and okay, till. What is the total? Can we have it, please?
Maybe we could just explain what the there's a quadrant of legal fees that are provided on the screen for the years 2020, 2021, 2022, and then up to now in 23. Maybe Ms. Bailey, you could just give the summary of those costs for those 4 respective years.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we put together a table in those, or for those 4 years, and divided it each year by the Department of Responsibility into 4 categories. So general matters, which are day-to-day items that every municipality sees themselves looking at and needing to do. Property registrations and those types of things. Arbitration and grievances and negotiations, that's not only legal, but everything tied to negotiation, just so that we had a wholesome number there. So that is under the Human Resources Department. Litigation are those matters that are either the municipality is being sued or we are suing, and so that is true legal, to a total per department. So in 2020, all of those matters together were just under $875,000. In 2021, $984,000. 2022, $1.2 million, and now 2023, not yet final, just under $2 million.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm pretty convinced that having an internal legal service is going to help us to decrease this amount. So that is my point of view, and I think it's something that we should support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I just wanted to jump back to where Councillor McIntosh was speaking about the airport. I was fully prepared to make a motion that we delete that $110,000 from the budget, but I recognize that since it's under legal consideration, we can't do that right now. But I would like to make a motion that this is the last year. No matter how much we stand to gain from any potential sale, the amount of money that we have invested in that airport without any return is incalculable. And I'm sure Ms. Bailey could probably tell us how much we've invested in it over the years to no return that I can see. And so it's like, fighting a lawsuit to get an inheritance, and by the time you win it, you're in the hole and you owe money. That is what the airport represents to me. It was designed as a business deal, and after 50 years, bad business. So let's stop throwing good money after bad if we have to for this year, and I'm assuming by your head nodding that we have to. If that's the case, I would make a motion that this is the last year that we end this charade.
Okay, I'm going to just recognize Theo quickly, but after we're done the reports, I'll come back to you for a motion, Councillor McDonald, if that's okay.
So we've done significantly, we knew that today there'd be discussions on this matter, so I'll look to Ms. Bailey to complete what I'm saying here to make sure we retain the facts. So in 2021, Council gave us a direction to get out of the airport business generally, and the legal work and the discussions with South Glengarry have been relating to the asset. Keep in mind that there are 2 relationships. There is an asset relationship, and then there is an operational relationship with the airport authority, which is not South Glengarry. It's a separate agency. So we want to provide to you clarity as much as possible. The direction captures it all, right? Because if we don't own the asset, then why would we transfer the amount? But in the spirit of what you're discussing today, which is budget, we're continuing the asset conversation, but you could have a conversation relating to the funding transfer to the airport authority, with a caveat that we do have current obligations to that transfer, and that we could work to renegotiate, we could work to remove ourselves, but because of the legal risk to that amount, we can't give you a cost savings today, I guess is what we can, but a motion would be favorable to the type of work that we need to do to disentangle the airport authority operational transfer from the city of Cornwall. Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Fleury is correct that the agreement that we have with South Glengarry, as council is aware, there is no termination clause in that agreement. By not paying for the operating as outlined in the agreement, we would be in default of that agreement. And so I think it's important to understand where council wants us to go and to work towards that. But we would have to bring back something to council if we couldn't do that by the end of 2024 or into 2025, what risk that would mean in not transferring that money to the airport for their operations. So I think to Mr. Fleury's point, we're working through that. There's been some changes in staffing, both here at the city and in South Glengarry. We have a meeting in the next couple of weeks with administration there, as per council's direction, to talk about this matter and others, and we can surely bring that information back to council.
Well, I really appreciate that. Gives me confidence. But on the issues of assets and operations, I believe that the resolution we made in 2021 was we wanted out, period. Both the assets and the operations. This is a bad marriage. And when we found out there was no divorce clause, that really set us back. So 3 years on, hopefully a lawyer can find a way to break that bond, both in terms of assets and in terms of operations. That's what I will move later, that hopefully this is the end.
I have Councillor Good next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask, I have two questions, I think. I wanted to know, in terms of the legal fees, that taxation, land, and general, what does that relate to? So it's the fourth line under department.
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, most of that would relate to non-departmental matters that council would have been, if we would have taken to closed council to discuss.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you. Okay, my next question, and it wasn't so much a question, just a confirmation. So I had requested information about the site-specific Heart of the City Community Improvement Plan program incentive, whew, that's a mouthful, to ensure that we had a mechanism in place to verify that they're continuing to provide affordable rents. And I note that you had provided that back to us here. So I just want to confirm that we do require reporting on an annual basis, and part of that, I assume, is the stipulation or the confirmation that they're maintaining those units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We don't think, if there's not a lot of turnover, of course, there shouldn't be a concern, but we would want to verify that to ensure that their part of the agreement is being upheld, especially because of the tax increment grant and what that refund of taxes means to the community to support that initiative of council.
No kidding, because it's a big tax rebate that they're getting. I also had a question, because there's two separate projects here that have been approved. The first one, Prime Square, seems to have, I'd say, significant enough lower rates than the second project, which I don't think has even begun construction yet. So are we maintaining parity in that? Are they held to the same level of that affordable rate on an annual basis?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do want to come back to council to really define or put further definition to that program. And they are in parity, understanding one is several years after the other. So market rent has increased, and so we work with housing services to ensure that it aligns with what they're seeing. And so the agreements may look different in that regard, but it's because it's years later.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. That's the only question that I have.
Further questions? Okay. So seeing none, we'll move on from this to general questions on the budget and motions and the like. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Are you entertaining motions right now, Your Worship, or do you want us to still stick with the questions and do motions afterwards?
I think it's fair game to do both right now.
Well, because I have a motion that I'd like to make vis-a-vis the budget, if you're prepared to entertain it.
Let's do it.
Now, I've taken the liberty of providing council with a printed copy of essentially where I'm going with this. The clerk did make some tweaks with the wording of the motion, and I didn't get to see it because of the fact that I was in transit. But Madam Clerk, if you could read it for council so that they get, and potentially, I don't think it's too big a change, but it's probably a little more official sounding. How's that?
Whereas many organizations that provide great value to the city have made requests for financing beyond the city's current draft budget, and whereas City Council wishes to fulfill the request with as minimal impact on the taxpayer as possible. Now therefore be it resolved that the amount of $245,000 be removed from the Cornwall Civic Complex recreation reserves and remove the lower level flooring replacement capital project. Now therefore be it further resolved that funding be provided to the United Way for the Last Chance program in the amount of $200,000. And therefore be it resolved that funding in the amount of $30,000 be provided to Diversity Cornwall. Now therefore be it further resolved that funding in the amount of $30,000 be provided to the Cornwall Historical Society for the 1784 celebration. Now therefore be it further resolved that funding in the amount of $35,000 be provided to the Cornwall Public Library. And now therefore be it further resolved that the funding from these requests can be utilized from the following sources: the sum of $275,000 from working reserves, the amount of $30,000 from the removal of the bike share strategy.
If I can get a secondary, worship, I'd love to speak on it.
Just before that, I'd like to point out that it's a last resort funding, not last chance. I
Okay,
think if we're going to be
sorry.
specific.
My glitch.
Point of interest or whatever, I don't know, sorry.
Information?
Information, thank you. Is there a way we can vote on these separately, as I did declare conflict of interest for the Diversity Cornwall potential funding, as the Social Development Council does do their payroll, and there's some funds requested for staffing there. Is there an interest from council to split these up? So I can
I'll check with the mover and the clerk to make sure that's in order.
Well, for me, Your Worship, it's whatever it's going to take to get this done, whatever the will of council, if we want to separate each item. The reason why I lumped them in together was I kind of saw them as all things that potentially we might be interested in doing, but if it makes life easier for my colleague and us as in general, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, would that be permissible?
I will say, Your Worships, the motion, there's kind of almost two motions together. There's almost two, one has to happen for the other ones to happen. That's why I kind of did it the way I did it. So however a council wants to pitch it.
Madam Clerk?
It is in order to separate each portion, if that is the will of council.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
If there's a seconder for the motion, Councillor Good? Okay, so we'll enter debate. Councillor Hollingsworth, and then I'll start a speaker's list.
Okay, so I'll kind of attack them all and then in terms of how it makes sense. So first of all, you'll notice the first part of the motion says to take the $245,000 from the utilities reserve, put it back into that reserve. The reason why I'm suggesting that is our policy says you can't take 245 grand from a utilities reserve and fund it to operating. That the policy says It's either utilities or not. You can't do it both ways. Now, majority of council can conceivably do whatever we want, but to make it clean so that our accountants don't lose their minds, I thought, okay, we'll put the money back into that reserve because that's kind of what we're supposed to do. The reason why I identify, and I'm not a big champion of hacking away at capital budgets, but if you read the budget book, it specifically says that the floor is technically fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't present a hazard. It's not falling apart. It's still in decent enough shape. It's just loud when we're having meetings and it's unsightly. So, thinking, my logic goes like this. If I don't want to raise taxes and I want to provide funding for these other groups, this particular line item seems like the easiest one to remove because it doesn't impact anything per se. So you put the 245 back into utilities, then we take the 275 out of the working reserve and one line item cut from the bike strategy to pick up the tab for the said programs that I've listed. Now, a couple of caveats that I need to make sure council is aware of. This particular strategy is a one-shot deal. In other words, if these groups need money next year, this reserve is technically has to be paid back. That's our own policy. But even aside from that, the fact that it's not really coming out of the operating budget means that next year, if you wanted to fund all of these projects again next year, you have to find the money to pay back the reserve, plus you're tacking on another $200,000 and $300,000. What I'm suggesting to my colleagues is this puts the Band-Aid on for now, and we as a council need to direct our administration to say, are we prepared to go long-term with these groups or not? But I kind of see that as a separate motion. The last thing I want to leave is this. The 1784 celebration is a one-shot deal. It's give us this money, we're going to market the city, we're going to celebrate our history, we're going to put together the three kind of central groups that revolve around the city, French, English, Akwesasne across. We made plans to do that. We're really going to put our best foot forward. So that one, quite frankly, is near and dear to my heart. The other ones, they all have merit. I'm partial to the library always, so I'm all about that. The other two groups seems to be a need in the community for them. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm moving some money back to where the reserve, in one reserve, taking it out of another reserve, the working reserve, to fund these projects on a one-shot deal, realizing that we as a council and ultimately our administration is going to have to figure out what to do with them over the next X number of years, however long that is, whether it's an MOU or, and that's what you have to wrestle with. The last point I want to make is that my objective is to try to not raise the tax bill. Okay, as I went on last night on my little diatribe, there are some people that just think it's no big deal, just raise taxes and it's fine. I am not that person. I don't want to go any higher. I'd like to actually go lower. I think this is admittedly a Band-Aid solution for the short term. I'll leave it to my colleagues to discuss and debate as they see fit.
Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support this motion because of a couple of points that I share. The first one, and that one is the most important for me, is not increasing the taxes. I am against increasing the taxes. I spoke about that yesterday here because I am convinced, I know that our residents, our people are struggling because of the life cost, because of different kind of bills that they have, and I'm not going to support any motion that is going to increase the tax. So this one, for example, is, I really thank Councillor Dean about that, is quite smart to take money from somewhere and to support our organization that are still working for our residents. So that's very good. I'm supporting this. And so not increasing the taxes, that is good. Helping our organization at the same time, perfect. But the third point, and this is very important too, is about my colleague Sarah Good, who brought yesterday a motion that we did not discuss yet, but I know we're going to discuss about that. It's about the relationship that we're going to have with the organization of the city. In one side, the residents are asking us to be very diligent about money, and in the other side, we're spending money through our organization, but we need to make sure that every money that we spend is doing what our vision, our new vision is. So I think it's a good, perfect timing now, and good thing we have this, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Hebert and Councillor McDonald.
I think the page number for the project that was referenced, where money would be forthcoming.
I'm hearing to page 245, potentially.
No, I don't. That's right, yeah.
Councillor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just get some clarification on what we're currently debating right now, how we're going to split things up? Are we just removing diversity to be voted on separately and everything else lumped in together? Or 1, 2, 3, 4? Just wanted to get some clarification on what specifically we're discussing at this moment.
My understanding was everything
One at a time.
individually. As, yeah.
And so at this time, we're talking about the floor? Is that, just for some clarity?
Page 158.
That's okay.
158.
You may interrupt.
I mean, I think, you
Mr.
know,
Mayor, could we just hold on a second? Could we see it on the screen just for public and members' interest? Madam Clerk?
So it's up on the screen?
No.
It's a $245,000
Not
be
the
removed.
motion, Madam Clerk. I believe the member was asking about the budget item, page
Capital.
145.
ça avait ouvert le budget tout à l'heure.
Ça s'en vient, c'est François.
I'll just make a comment. I think at this time I'd welcome debate on all the items. What I'd like to do is when we move to voting, we just vote.
Okay.
So there's no break in the voting. So I think now's a good time to discuss everything.
Perfect, great plan. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I don't hate this motion. I also, you know, don't want to make an extra burden to the taxpayer. But I also don't, I'm not opposed to, you know, tax increases so long as they're supporting communities, community agencies, the residents. And so, you know, I would be happy to support some of this, but not necessarily the removal of the floor replacement. And I know it sounds like such a silly thing, but for as long as I have been involved in community, and I've been able to go to events and host events and participate in things in the salons, this has always been, and I'm not the only one, it's always been something that comes up, and you're guaranteed anytime there's an event down there that someone's going to roll down with a rolly cart, and you can't stop folks from working. You know, caterers coming down with trays or maintenance going to clean the washrooms, it's expected, but it is certainly a concern with folks who rent the facility on a regular basis. So I was quite happy to see it here. I would hope that if it is removed from this budget, that we absolutely consider it next year. I think with the renovations of the facility themselves, we're going to see an increase in facility rental and salons ABC over the coming years. And so we're going to see more and more people in there, weddings, galas, all that jazz. And so I think we want to make sure that this is a facility of choice. The other thing too is there is significantly less community space than there would have been available just a few years ago, and some may be available, but not at the great rates we have at the salons for community use. And so I won't support removing it. If it is removed, I hope that we see it sometime soon. But I will absolutely support providing the United Way with the last resort funding. I spoke about it yesterday. I don't have to elaborate as to why I believe that's such an important program. Ditto on the library. I thought it was very strange that their budget, their full ask wasn't included in the budget, and there was a $35,000 just removed that we had to include. I would assume that, you know, whatever was requested of the administration and the board from the library would automatically be put 100% into the budget. So I'm glad Councillor Hollingsworth has brought that forward. It's one less motion, two less motions I have to bring forward later, so thank you for that. So anyways, that's my piece. I won't say more than that. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. While I'm looking at this, I don't see the relationship between the 245 floor and the working reserves to pay for this. They're not related to each other, the way this motion draws up. But I do have a question. The reserve that the money is coming out, the 245 for the floor, that is for recreation facilities. Would the outdoor bleacher replacement and the outdoor pool basin repair qualify for that reserve?
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Administration would not recommend that to council. What happens with our building reserves, both our municipal reserves and our recreation reserves, it's for facilities. So the facilities pay into these reserves in order to do capital. Our outdoor pools and our bleachers, that program does not pay into those reserves. So the complex is putting money into a reserve to use it in the future for capital. It's not, I guess, a recommendation of administration that that be taken out and put towards pools or bleachers when those activities did not contribute to that reserve in the first place.
Okay, I understand the answer. Is there any rule or regulation within that reserve that says I can't do what I just suggested?
It's at council's consideration.
Okay, thank you for that answer, I appreciate it. The reason I bring that up is if we were to do what I just suggested, take the floor out, use that money to pay for those two items, that's $210,000 saved from the tax base that we can put towards everything that's in this, that we want to add to pay for out of the working reserves. The other question I have is, last year, what did the last resort program get from the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll look to Ms. Morgan, but I believe it was 360 through the Social Services Relief Fund.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that was accurate. It came through provincial funding that we had received.
So it was 300,000 total for the last resort program?
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Good on a point of information.
I am quite certain that in the slide that was presented to us, it said $144,000, and it served 143 individuals in Cornwall. So that amount was for Cornwall SDG.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. They took the 300,000 and they apportioned that correct between the city and the counties.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. So staying with the point I'm trying to make is that if we were to do what I had just suggested, then we only need to pull, I'm going to go back at my math here. We would need to pull 85,000 out of working reserves instead of the full 275 if we went the route I'm going. So we're going to get the same result. And the tax base money we're saving, we could put towards those programs. So we're not increasing, we wouldn't be increasing the 4.07 at all, because we would take that savings, pay for those two projects, take that money towards this, and then we only need to withdraw 85,000 from the working reserves to complete everything that's on this sheet. Just saying, that's why I won't support this particular motion, but for that reason, and if it goes, great, and if it doesn't, then I will make that motion to do what I just suggested. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McDonald next, and Councillor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't expect to come up so soon, but I'm glad I did come up right at this point because I think that we muddy the waters considerably when we make a motion and then we open up the issue of how it's going to be paid for. Frankly, I think if we wish to acquire a service or a benefit, let's pass that and then ask Ms. Bailey's team to suggest of the three sources, either reserves or tax base or financing, where the money is best to come from, because they've been working on this for months. And I just want to remind everybody that according to the sheet that Ms. Bailey provided for us showing the 20 to 23 budget cycles, in 2020, we actually added to the budget. Not a lot, but 0.34%. The dam didn't break, the city didn't flood. We determined that more was needed, we passed it, and I don't remember any hue and cry or outcry or spilling of blood or anything like that. So I think I support all these motions. I support these causes. But when we start, we who don't have the expertise or the big picture and are so, we're justifiably worried about the taxpayer, but let's not forget that every penny we take out of the budget means people have to buy more on their own. These tax dollars provide for them services that they can't afford. Like we pulled money out of the library. I can tell you if you spend any time in the library, especially up in the kids section, you want to double what we pulled out, not just restore it. So please, can we not just discuss the issues and whether or not we support them, and then we can ask financial advice on the best place to acquire the money? Because if we take money out of reserves, when we're behind in our reserves, I believe we are, that's a burden. We're just kicking the can down the road and expecting somebody in the next budget cycle to advocate for a higher tax rate because we wanted to cut it in our time. So I just want to suggest that we restrict ourselves to the benefits and then have a separate discussion on how to pay for it. Otherwise, this will never end. Thank you.
Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I like the premise of this motion in terms of I think it makes sense to pull this and reallocate it, given that while the floor is disruptive, I mean, anyone who's spent time in the complex knows that it's not broken. And if we can get another couple of years of life out of it, I think we should. I'm interested to know that library shortfall, the 35,000, are there any other funds, I don't know, like the Canada Community Building Fund, or that funding could come out of? Because like it was mentioned earlier, it's odd that it's not counted in the whole sum of the library.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is no other place to fund that other than the tax base. So it was taken or not included in the budget in order to meet the 3% directive of council for our community partners.
Okay. I want to support the last reserve fund. The ask was $200,000. I also recognize that we had a number of other organizations come to us, and part of me wants to pull back on that just slightly by, $20,000 to $30,000. I have a question for you, and this is for Ms. Morgan. So if we were to invest any amount of money in this last resort program, would we be ensured that those funds would be expended in Cornwall, or would that apply to the entirety of the Cornwall SDG area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that Ms. LaBrasiere has also approached the United Counties for funding to support those individuals residing in the United Counties. So I would assume her ask here is for those residing in the city of Cornwall.
In the off chance that the counties say, we're not going to give you any money, do you have any indication how these funds would then be spent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you'd have to ask Ms. LaBrasiere that, or put the caveat that the money it has to stay in Cornwall.
Yeah.
That's council's decision.
And I hate to play that us versus them game, because actually I think we're better when we support each other, and between us and the counties and Akwesasne. I think it's very important that we support each other. I don't want to put that in there, but I do hope that whatever we actually do vote on, that the counties will match it, because I think that's the right thing to do. I would be comfortable with seeing that at 180 and investing that 20,000 in one of the other programs that have come up. I don't know if there's room to make amendments to this, and I don't want to just start picking away at it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if you wanted to go to 180 instead of 200, you would have to turn down this motion and propose a new one.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions on this matter specifically. Thank you.
Further questions or comment? Councillor Gardner, then Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Bailey, have any of these, I know it's $30,000, so they don't qualify. Have any of these groups applied for the outside agencies for funding? I haven't had a chance to go through the book, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, these agencies have not applied
not,
through
okay.
the municipal grants program, no.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I have to say here is I'm not a big fan of taking money out of reserves. Never have been, won't be this time, unless somebody can convince me that this is going to get done, and as far as I'm concerned, it should be done separately.
I understand the clerk would like to clarify. Madam Clerk?
Yes, let me add a little bit to my previous answer. If the mover of the motion wanted to change the amount, then that would be in order as well.
Okay. I have Councillor McIntosh next.
I just want to touch on the reserves things. Councilor Gardner says he opposes taking money out of reserves, but when I read things like $450,000 recreation facilities reserve, is that coming out of reserves?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if a project says that it's being funded from a reserve, yes, we've tried to indicate to council where the project is being funded from.
Yeah, so all through this budget book, there's lots of money coming out of reserves, different reserves.
Correct, and so our policy has been to contribute to reserves every year based on mechanisms that we've put into the budget. As an example, financial services pays a per square foot lease to the civic complex. That money's put into reserves so that facilities can fix the building
So
as those monies grow.
if I were saying, I don't want to take your money out of reserves, I'd have to vote down this budget then, because there's a lot of money coming out of reserves. You have to answer that. The floor deal, what would be wrong when you have a banquet, salons, saying to your maintenance guys, can you wait a couple of hours before you run the cart down the hallway? Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to Mr. Father. It has to be, it can't be an emergency.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. I suppose there are times where certainly could be an emergency, but
Very seldom.
Very seldom. However, it would sort of limit what maintenance work they could complete, because the salons, depending on the actual usage of those salons.
I know I've been to the treatment center breakfasts there, and occasionally, but it's not, I didn't find it, it lasts for about 2.5 minutes, if the most. Anyway, I think that we can wait on that one. The last resort funding, $200,000. We're talking about the counties. Counties set their budget 2 weeks ago. Was that in it? Does anybody know if that was in the county's budget for last resort? I don't think so. I don't think so. So that train has left the station, the county's thing. So I'm going to surmise here that the county's not giving them anything. And, so I think that $200,000 definitely has to be spent in Cornwall, not going into the general fund account. Anyway, I'm supporting the motion. I think it's pretty good.
I'm just going to make a few comments before you wrap up, Councillor Hollingsworth. I was told by Ms. Labossiere that the counties had committed 18,000, that's 18,000 for this. I could be wrong, or maybe I misunderstood. But yeah, the best source would be the United Way to answer that, so I'm not going to speculate on their behalf. Yeah.
18,000.
Is that to answer the question, Councillor Hubert?
If I may, because I watched that budget meeting, if I may, I think there was a discussion where let's earmark 18 right now, but we'll also watch and see what Cornwall does, and we'll add more depending on what they do. So they they put it on us. So,
Okay.
But anyways, so they're watching.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a debate, but I was talking to a county's councillor said they're not upping it.
Okay. I'll just make some comments quickly. I will support the motion. I think, I can see the need to support these agencies, frankly. I mean, the last resort program is proving itself as a strong tool to prevent homelessness in our area, and that's something we really have to address. It's one of the few tools, I think, as a municipality we have that we can do, and now that there's a track record, the United Way has done an excellent job with the Agape Center as well, and all those others who are involved, in case I forget anyone, in making this a reality. So that's something I think that we should be investing in. I look at the other causes, Diversity Cornwall, the 1784 celebration, the library. These are all very worthy causes, and I think I would agree at this time. Well, I can see the need to replace the flooring for something less disruptive. At the same time, it does say it's in relatively fair condition. I think revisiting this project in the near future isn't a total a loss at this time. And frankly, typically we can talk about using reserves and everything else. As was pointed out, a lot of funding for our projects are coming from reserves because we bank money to use it. I would say that typically our working reserves are there when we have unforeseen costs. And while it's arguable how unforeseen and how urgent these are, at the same time, I believe the balance, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's upwards of $3 million. And we don't dip into that reserve very often. I know we did for the rebate to Walmart, and Walmart took over Target's case against us as well through impact assessment. I know we dipped into it then to offset the repayments we had to do, but I don't foresee any major reason to dip in there going forward. In fact, we're trying to reinvest in there, and we are required to pay back this amount next year, and I think this is a good reason to do so. So with that, I'll give it back to the mover of the motion, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, sorry, the CAO would just like to make a comment. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm patient.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm not familiar with this process, but I am familiar usually with an opportunity for administration to comment on the motion, just so that council, if there are additional concerns. So I'll look to Ms. Bailey just to re-engage on the reserve, because there are policies and implications of that. I would look to a couple of elements, and I'm not here. We are guided by decisions of council, but I want council to consider the following. As you can see on the screen on page 144, there are a number of projects at the complex that are happening within a short window of time. I think the effort of the team generally is to capture as little disruption as possible. There'll be a lot of noise by a lot of different contractors. So the spirit of what's presented is that, we would minimize disruption, we would increase accessibility, and we would elevate the caliber of the rooms and spaces for future rentals. That's part of the reasons why we've identified it as a priority project. The item number 2, I just caution council, if these are capital expenses, one time, it's all in yours. But if we get into operations, I would say that some of the engagements I've had with individual council members is to better govern how we flow money through agencies and departments. So I'm just cautioning the intentions. If it is one-time funding, I have no comments. But if it is to be recurring funding, I think we owe it to follow procurement process, tendering process, and ensure that the elements have, that staff can oversee those expenses in an appropriate manner. I'll just wrap it up by turning it over to Ms. Bailey just to comment on the reserve account. And again, councillors, I'm not here to, you vote on the motion, but I do want to, I think sometimes just general facts that maybe that we've missed in presenting some of those items or some of that context can help you in your reflection.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. From a financial services viewpoint, how I am interpreting it is that we're taking $275,000 from working reserves for these programs, and also to balance that, we're not going to do the bike share strategy. And then in 2025, we're committed to put that $275,000 back to the working reserve. So to Mr. Fleury's point, as long as we're not continuing to fund through working reserves for operating matters, one time, and then that'll be the 275 will be a commitment that we'll have to make in the year 2025. I don't see a concern. I understand Councillor Hollingsworth where he's coming from regarding the removal of the flooring and putting that money back to the reserve that funded that project. I think what he's trying to do is keep our reserves in balance at the 75 million. So he's putting money back into, I'm sorry that I'm speaking for you. That he's putting the 245 back to a reserve, taking 275 from working reserves, and in that 1 year, there hasn't been an overall impact on city reserves collectively. Normally, financially, we would not look at those two things together. One is a capital item, one is operating, but just understanding where Councillor Hollingsworth is coming from in balancing the reserves overall through his motion.
There were two more questions that arose during this debate. I haven't let you wrap up, Councillor Hollingsworth. I'm going to recognize the questions and I'll let you wrap up if that's all right.
I'd rather go last if I can get one last kick at this.
Oh, you will, as the mover. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Hollingsworth, if I may. I don't know what I'm missing, but on the page 176, it shows that the library budget was cut by 67,000, and yet you're only asking for 35,000. What have I missed?
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Or maybe Ms. Bailey can
Ms.
answer
Bailey
that.
can answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the library asked for a certain amount of money that was over the 3% goal. So administration took it down to the 3%, and that was $35,000. What you're seeing as it's a bit more of a decrease. This year, we're able to use a development charge funding to support their collection. So that's money that we collect here at the city that we decided to use for the library.
So then, if I'm understanding you correctly, when departments submitted their budgets, if what they submitted was over 3%, that wasn't accepted?
At city departments?
The library, a community, like, I think of them as city, but I know they're a community.
Correct. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you heard from the Raisin Region Conservation Authority. They came in at a little bit more than 3%. We shared with them council's directive, and they went back and came in at 3%. The Eastern Ontario Health Unit, unfortunately, was in a different situation altogether. Administration is funding that difference from working reserves.
Okay, so I will say, I'm going to say things about that 3% in another context. But right now, I mean, I certainly support these agencies, but I don't like the fact that in order to do them, we're kicking $275,000 down to next November's troubles when we're going to have November 2024 issues on our plate. So I'll support it, but in 2025 budget deliberations coming up in November, let's not howl and say we got to raise taxes, or we have to not pay this debt back into reserves. I really do believe in paying for what we're getting currently, because, I mean, this pushing things down to a future council or future taxpayers is just not a good policy. Thank you. That was the end of my protest, but I do support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, you had a question?
I did, it was partially answered. I was just wondering why we were trying to save the floor reserve spending for this when they're completely unrelated, but I get the gist of it was just explained. So if we vote for this motion and somebody wanted to actually go ahead with the floor, is that something somebody could put a motion to put back in, or is it lost? I'm just saying, because it's two separate issues. One doesn't affect the other. So if it's voted here to put it back in, does that mean it's a done deal and it's going to take 2/3 to flip that back?
Madam Clerk?
I have no intention of doing it, I'm just asking.
Can you repeat it, please?
So this motion says we're going to take the 245 that was earmarked for the floor and put it back into the reserve. And then we're going to take money out of a different reserve to pay for this stuff. So they're unrelated. So if somebody wanted to say, well, then if it's unrelated, we could actually spend this money after this motion is, if it's passed, can another councillor say, well, I'd like to put that back on the books out of that reserve for the floor? Or is that a 2/3 majority thing now?
2/3 majority would be a reconsideration.
Okay. If there's any consideration to separate these two before we vote, that'd be great. Otherwise, it is what it is. Thanks.
To clarify, Mr. Mayor, the motion that is on the floor at the moment is just to remove the flooring from the complex.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. It's separate from these, okay, thank you.
We're going to be...
That makes a big difference then.
We're going to be voting on each clause, if you will, separately. Just
Correct.
allowing global debate up front, so that ideally we can just go through the votes
I appreciate
without
that.
breaking
Thank you.
for
I
more
understood
debate.
that from the beginning. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth, your wrap up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Ms. Bailey captured the essence of where I was going with this, to try and balance reserves. If we approve the budget as it was without doing anything, we're taking 245 out of our utilities reserve. Okay? All I'm saying is let's put that back into that reserve, because technically you can't use utility reserves for operating expenses. That's what our policy says. So, let's put the money back into that reserve, take it where we can use it for operating expenses. That's what the accountants would like, because that keeps it nice and clean for their books. In reality, if you read the motion as it sees, you're really not moving any money out of reserves that isn't already been removed out of reserves. You're not pulling from your bank account. Administration has already said we're pulling this money out of the bank account. All I'm doing is shifting the priorities from one place to the other, but they want it kind of, the motion has to read in such a way that we haven't broken our policy. I could have wrote, take the money out of the utilities reserve and spend it on these projects. That would have been easy to understand, but the policies say we technically aren't supposed to do that. So, that being said, the one thing I need to emphasize from my own perspective is, yeah, it's one time. We're going to clean up. What should have happened, if you want to get technical, is if these groups wanted money, they should have come to us in October and said, gee, wouldn't it be nice if you give us this money for the next 3 or 5 or 300 years? Because then administration would have been able to factor that into the operating budget and say, okay, if we're going to give them this money, what are we going to remove? Or bring a 5% increase to council at the outset and work from that. But they didn't. They came 3 days ago. Quite frankly, it's kind of unfair to do that. To say, hey, council, we need this money, and I know you're going to strike your budget tomorrow. Can we have it right now, please? Kind of puts us behind the 8 ball, because it doesn't give our administration any time to kind of pivot and figure out, okay, are we able to do this or not? It doesn't give we as councillors any time to figure out, okay, what are my priorities that I'm prepared to change? So this motion is basically trying to give them what they want without impacting the bottom line on terms of budget. I will tell you that if it doesn't carry the day, and the subsequent motion is to increase the tax bill to augment these projects, I, for one, will not support them. I've come up, the last thing that I want to leave you with is, as a kid, I grew up in a single income family. We were fine. We weren't poor or anything, but we didn't have gobs of money. And when I went to my parents, when my brother or sister and I were looking for something, the deal was, well, what are you going to give up to get what you want? So currently, you wanted this and you wanted this. You can't have both. You can't have both because we don't have money for everything. It's not an endless, bottomless pit. So if you want this, what are you prepared to conceive? Or take a longer period of time to save up for it and get it next year. So all this is trying to do, based on how I grew up, is if you want something, what are you prepared to give up to get that? Or are you prepared to wait another year or two? My understanding is these organizations don't want to wait another year or two. They need the money now. So my proposal is simply to try to keep the reserves somewhat even. It is a bit wordy, I admit. It's somewhat convoluted, but that's how accountants kind of want it to work. And yeah, it is totally one time. I'm not looking at doing this forever. My personal pet project is 1784. They are literally looking for one time. It was right in their presentation. We have this activity. We'd like some money. That would be nice. Everybody else, I'm not sure where they're going to go next year. I'm not looking to give them money next year, but I'm trying to get them through that hump until they can kind of figure out what they're doing over the next 12 months. So one time, just trying to balance reserves and give these particular groups what they want. I'm done. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. For the record, I believe these groups, some of them were told to come to that particular meeting and request funding, even if they had asked previously, just as an FYI.
Fair enough.
So it's something we can look at from a process side later on. Okay, so we're going to go through the motions one by one. So, Madam Clerk, please.
The first motion that was proposed is now therefore be it resolved that the amount of $245,000 be removed from the Cornwall Civic Complex recreation reserves and remove the lower level flooring replacement capital project.
All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
The second one was now therefore be it resolved that funding be provided to the United Way for the Last Resort program in the amount of $200,000.
All in favor? Okay, it's carried. Thank you.
The third one, that funding in the amount of $30,000 be provided to Diversity Cornwall.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you.
That funding in the amount of $30,000 be provided to the Cornwall Historical Society for the 1784 celebration.
Just going to wait for Councilor Yarbrough to take her seat. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Number 5, that funding in the amount of $35,000 be provided to the Cornwall Public Library.
All in favor? All opposed? Oh, sorry, no opposition. Thank you.
And that the funding from these requests be utilized from the following sources: $275,000 from working reserves and $30,000 from the removal of the bike share strategy.
All in favor? All opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Councilor McDonald. Then Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a point before I make a motion. You know, there's so much noise coming up that stairwell. Now, I know we have to have our doors open. Could we put a sign on the door saying public meeting, entrance, and have an arrow pointing to that? Because I think we who sit right here, the way, you know, the physics of sound dictates that we get deluged with noise coming up that stairwell. And I'd love to close these two doors. It's quiet right now, but in a minute, you don't know.
I mean, we've
Can we close the doors and stay legal?
yeah, as far as we've closed those doors before due to noise, I don't see a problem with that. We'll leave that door open, and this door is open, but it's behind another door. So.
Right, yeah. And I mean, in the future, maybe we can put a big sign on it saying, this is a public meeting, you're welcome, come in the back door or something. Okay. So the motion I want to make is that we, as was requested by another one of the community groups that came before us, it is that we add $31,979 to the Social Development Council so that they would have a full complement of the $66,979 that they requested to continue operating. And I make that motion because...
Just before you enter debate, Counselor, you just need a seconder before you
Yes,
start
for
debate.
sure,
So,
yeah.
Counselor Bennett? Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, before moving on, can you repeat that number again, please?
Yes, I believe they asked for $66,979.53, and they are allocated in the budget, let me find the line, I think $35,000. So by simple subtraction, I came up with $31,979 additional dollars that I would like to be allocated to the Social Development Council. And I do that because I think the last few years, we have seen our community stretched and stressed in ways that we couldn't have imagined in the past. And we've seen a tremendous outpouring of effective activity on the part of the Social Development Council. And I think there's two ways especially that their contribution to our community has been inestimable. One is by establishing the network of all those organizations. We all got emails from them, but they all pretty well operate below the level of any municipal, provincial, or federal organization, which means they're on their own. And they address all the people in our communities who have fallen through the cracks and whose needs basically aren't addressed by provincial, federal, and municipal government for the most part. So I think that because they have successfully managed over the course of the years that they've been operating, I think never so successfully as in later years. Believe me, whatever you're saying, if it's germane to the debate, please contribute it.
Counselor, I'm sorry to apologize. I was under the understanding, and it's in the clerk's hand, I'm informing the mayor that we're not putting the clerk in a winnable position. I thought the clerk was to be shared draft motions by the members to put those on the screen to support. I'm asking the mayor, what's on the screen?
Thank you for sharing that. And now that you brought it up, then I volunteer to write this up at... Oh,
The clerk is currently working on it.
Thank you, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Great, thank you. Because it's very distracting when I don't know if you're bringing up an impediment or another argument or whatever. We should all be party to what's said during the course of a debate. So thank you for that. And then the other thing that I'd like to bring up is that, well, I think that pretty well says that the people, the sorts of people in our community who are addressed by the Social Development Council and the support we give all those organizations, we couldn't operate without all those NGOs in the city. But I guess maybe if there's one day that really showed the value of the Social Development Council, it was Culture Fest. I don't know how many of you were there. I go to all the big public events in Lamoureux Park. I tend to be a cheerleader whenever I can. And actually, I had a booth there, so I was there for the whole day. And I have never seen such an outpouring of cultural diversity and support and community friendliness and exchanges that I saw that day. I met so many people I hadn't met before and saw so many groups whose cultures, people who've moved here, and face it, without immigrants, our community is not going to ever get the economic fuel that it needs to keep going. So this was a day where all the immigrants in our community shone, and we focused on them. And we have this vision and mission statement, that we want to make everybody feel welcome and safe. Wow, that was the most fabulous welcome that I think we could ever have extended. And I happen to know for a fact that I think Carolyn, who is the director of the Social Development Council, and maybe her board members too, there's one at the table, I know she, for one, had like a 3-day migraine afterwards, and maybe the whole committee that supports her did, but the work was absolutely phenomenal. So please, let us allocate not just $35,000, but let's allocate the additional funding that would bring their support to their ask. And I just want to say, too, there was another element to their ask, and that was the MOU, but based on Councillor Good's motion, we're going to be looking at MOUs, and we're going to be looking at budget again in November. So for now, I'll just restrict myself to that part of their ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for clarification, would you like to identify a source of the funding? Are you just adding it to the tax base, or was there a specific source?
Well, it's in the book, and Miss Bailey could tell us maybe if that $35,000 is coming from the tax base. And then, obviously, I think I want the rest of it to come from the same source or wherever Miss Bailey thinks it's best drawn from.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, currently the $35,000 is coming from the tax base. As this is operating dollars, I would recommend that that the 31 come from the tax base.
Very good.
Thank
Then
you.
that's part of the motion.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. CEO, you want to respond first, and then I'm going to go to the speakers list.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies, Councillor, for earlier. I'm trying to working deeply with the clerk on the procedural bylaw. I'm trying to make sure we stay true to some of those objectives and good governance. And
For sure, but if I'm the one screwing up, I got to be part of that conversation.
well, I have to identify it to the clerk and the mayor who chair the meeting, as you can appreciate. So I want to recognize the immense work of the Social Development Council, and I recognize every council member has spoken very favorably to the organization. I want to share that, and the member on council who sits on the board knows that we have had a series of conversation between the City of Cornwall and SDNG as it relates to the shift in funding that historically has funded the Social Development Council particularly. The funds are no longer there due to the realities of provincial changes. And we work diligently with the Social Development Council to meet a higher level than what had been funded in past years. I'll look to Ms. Bailey, but I believe the amount in the past years was $60,000. So we recognize their ask at the beginning of all of this was much greater. We worked diligently with Ms. Morgan, Ms. Bailey, and Ms. Adams to identify a transitionary source of fund. I have an agreement with the counties pending the vote of their council, but with Ms. Adams that they would match $35,000 to a total of $70,000, which is above the $60,000 which the SDC is accustomed to. We've also informed the SDC that we would be looking, based on the changes of sources of fund in the environment they're in, to look at project-based funding. And that is also a future source of fund that the organization could look at, but we cannot, those are project-specific funding and not source of funds. So my concern is of a few prongs. One is, when we get into operational funding, I would caution council of assigning dollars. Like, I think we have to have independent process that attributes RFPs and reviews those elements in a substantive way to protect council from influence. I would also, I'm also concerned with the motion at hand that I'm not sure that the agreement that we've agreed to with SDNG, with Ms. Adams, would hold with the amount that's on the screen. The amount that we were working towards was an amount that would be transitionary for 1 year, and that would carry that transition. So 60,000. We're proposing 70,000 in a combined effort to bridge this this transitional year.
So do you mean to tell me then that they didn't know and their board wasn't informed that the county was contributing 35,000 as well?
I'll look to Ms. Bailey. There's a lot going on. As you know, we work extensive hours, but I believe that Ms. Adams and I had shared the intentions with the board at our last meeting that we were seeking that agreement.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So the organization would have been aware of the $35,000 from each municipality.
So then that certainly confuses the issue, I would say. And if in fact they're getting that money from the counties in addition to ours, then I'll withdraw my motion. But I can tell you, I'll be making a motion at our very first budget meeting if that's not the case. I have no reason to doubt you. But, you know, it's strange that that wasn't part of the knowledge background here. But I also want to ask a question about this project funding that you speak of, because it seems to me that the Social Development Council already has a lot of funds that it has obtained through its project funding. Like, for example, I believe they do work fairs, and they're compensated for that because it's a tremendous amount of work that they do to put on work fairs. So sounds to me like this transitional funding, this is like, it's a halfway measure, and that next year it's not going to be there. They're going to be totally dependent on project funding?
Correct. There are kind of two pieces to your question. One is as you know, the provincial government in 2001 downloaded a lot of social services to the municipality, including housing services. At the time, funds were available. Those funds over the years have shifted, and the province is leaving it to municipalities to either get into the funding through the tax base of social programs or not. And our concern is that we have a number of obligations as an organization, and we want to be fair. Like if there is social, cultural,
Right.
recreation, operational funds to be attributed, we would welcome that from council.
Yeah, and I
But-
thank you for the information, but I'm afraid you're almost getting into debate right now. You know, as CIO, you're obligated to give us the information we need. And, but as far as weighing in the debate, I think that we haven't heard from any councillors except myself on this yet, and yet we're getting kind of a discouraging message there that since 2001, this is the story. And well do we know that, but we just gave $200,000 to supplement the income of the United Way for their loss because of a provincial download. So this is the story of our lives with the province. It's download after download after download. And
Councillor, I'm not looking to debate, but it is important for administration to bring the facts. The element relating to United Way, and I sought that in my intervention on the matter. I understand is one-time funding. It was never provincially funded. So I would caution to bring new facts into the debate, but as it relates to your motion, I think it is important for us to be clear on the work that we had done that reflects the amount in the budget and the concerns we have relating to governance. I've met on a number of occasions. I'm meeting your community, that'd be the Boys and Girls Club, Center 105, Agape. All would love to have access to city funds. And it's important for us as administration to be independent in the review process of those funds. And if council chooses to attribute an amount for us to invest in, again, culture, recreation, social services, great. Then we have to follow the right process to ensure the proper oversight. I'm just cautioning our obligations as a municipality to good governance in that regards.
yes, I know. And we have the responsibility to meet our obligations, and we can make decisions on our own too. And succeed or not, we can at least bring ideas here to the table. And I'd love to hear from some of the other councillors, especially through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask Mr. Bennett, because he is on the board of the Social Development Council. Was that the sum total of what they were asking for was 68,000? And so if they're getting 70 now with 35 from the counties and 35 from us, obviously they're happy campers.
Okay, Mr. Bennett, you may answer, Councillor Bennett, but you need to turn your
Thank you.
microphone on.
That helps, yeah, thank you. I'm starting to follow after Sid here, can't remember my microphone on. The whole ask originally was the 100 and, so, yeah, 132, thank you. My memory was not good. Was for the full core funding, so they'd have to keep chasing the grants from every single thing they tried to do. Having said that, they aren't counting on the county funding because in the county's meetings, they said, we're going to wait to see what Cornwall does. And that was pretty much the message I got at board level and listening to their meeting. So I'm happy to hear that they are going to match what we decide to do, up to 35,000. Just listening to some of the comments I've heard, it's a little bit frustrating. Nobody seemed to care about these kinds of things when the money was coming from the province, even though we were given money from the province to distribute as we saw fit. And we saw fit that the Social Development Council was doing a lot of the work that we can't do. And so when it wasn't coming directly from us, even though we were the ones in charge of how that money got spent, nobody seemed to care about these things.
Councillor Bennett, I have you on my speakers list to debate later. I'm allowing
Okay.
you to answer a
So I'll just
question to
answer that
Councillor
question?
McDonald.
Sure.
Yeah,
Fair
and I'll
enough.
come back to you for a debate. Councillor McDonald is still the speaker this
Okay, well,
time.
thank you for the answer. And I believe that Ms. Bailey had more confidence in the 35,000 from the counties than your answer expressed, so I'm encouraged by that.
Thank you. Okay, I have Councillor Good next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just pulled up the most recent request for funding that came to us. It's dated January 25th, so hopefully that provides some insight. The total ask is $133,957.05. And so the number that you've referenced, the $66,979.53, is the request. It's the same request for SDG in Cornwall. I'm not privy to the exact decisions or arrangements that have been made, and I feel like until you have something written, it's not really final. I've spoken very highly about this organization. I've worked closely in every role that I've been with. There's been some kind of work involvement with the Social Development Council, and Councillor McDonald, spoke so highly of one of the most recent events that was put on, and it's a collaborative event, but the SDC really is the glue that holds it all together. I'm going to tell you that, the police can have the best intentions as they want with EDI, but trust is very difficult to build, and people are not necessarily trusting of law enforcement, and especially depending on where they've come from. The Social Development Council is a neutral body. They are a safe place that has built trusting relationships in our community. And while I can respect and understand the constraints, and I absolutely want to see a review of any agreements that we have moving forward, at this moment right now, I am not prepared to see a loss in the level of service that they're able to provide to our community, because I have firsthand been able to see the benefit and the tireless hours that go into this. I recognize that this is not the number that that administration put forward to us, but I am prepared to support the motion put forward to bring them up to their ask. Frankly, I would have been okay to put it a little bit less, and make them figure out a few $1,000. But honestly, I'm glad that it was brought forward to give them the amount. And I think now, knowing that next year might be a little trickier, there's going to have to be some discussions had about how that funding happens moving forward. But I don't care what the county has put forward. I really think this is on us. This is our community. And I'm certainly not going to do anything that puts this organization at risk. And I will do whatever I can to support it. Right now, especially assuming that they know that there's a strong push to make sure there's some more sustainability and being more creative with funding. So I support this, and thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's 3 times I've pushed a button already today. So I think the social development people that made the presentation, not knowing a whole lot about what they do, after they made their presentation, I was really impressed by all the work they do and all the different associations that they work with. And I certainly will support the motion, but the $35,000 and with Miss Bailey's discussion, I think that the council of the South Glengarry or SD&G, I think they will come up with the other $35,000. I trust that they will, and I trust that the CEO's discussion with Miss Bailey and the counties will come to fruition. So I will support the motion.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, kind of forgot where I left off. You know, we're talking about an organization that looks after the most vulnerable people in our community through SD&G and Cornwall, Akwesasne, and they're recognized by just about every nonprofit group in the area for the work they do and the help that they provide. You know, we're going to waste over $100,000 at the airport this year for what? Well, we have no choice, but for what? It gets us nothing. $66,000 gets us an organization that's looking after food security, housing security, mental health access, child safety, community health and safety plan implementation, the situation table, transition Cornwall. The list goes on a mile long. You can't. 66,000 just seems like such a deal when you consider what we're getting back in return. I don't have any problem. I would stand up on the sidewalk and talk to anybody that had concerns about adding this to the budget, because you would never convince me that it is not the right thing to do. You know, I appreciate Councillor McDonald's statements, because you know, you're going to save me a lot of talking. You hit a lot of nails around the head there. It's just so frustrating to see money go places that I'm sure, like, we're giving all this money to, like, Altesville, for example, who I would never vote to get rid of. But they're not helping all these lists. Like, they're a great fabric to the community, but what are we doing for the people that don't have the opportunity to do those kinds of things, right? So it's a little bit about priority for me, and this is one organization that I would have no problem putting money into. And the transitional funding worries me. Transition to what? They've been government funded since 2001. So transition to what? There's absolutely different things that this organization can do moving forward to increase how they get money to do the things they do. And I believe they're going to be looking at all those things. So I don't think they have a budget of over $200,000. We're giving them 66. So they're getting money from somewhere else. So I just worry about that phrase, transitional funding. Transitioning from government funding to government funding. I don't understand what that means. But I'm not going to add to everything that Councillor McDonald said, because it was very well said. But I would just not understand how anybody couldn't see the benefit to adding this money to their budget. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
I'm not going to support the motion for a couple of reasons. First of all, there seems to be some confusion about how much they actually need. Got some deal going with the counties. They said they needed one number, but then it's not really sure if that number is valid or not. It seems very convoluted to me. And I got a bit of a problem with that. I want to know what it is I'm actually getting, what I'm paying for, and right now I don't feel that way. For the record, and this is to anyone who wants to listen, is that I'm kind of tired of organizations who run out of money from someplace else and then come to the city and say, give us money. We do great work. Well, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. United Way, Encore, everybody does great work. They all do great work, but somehow it always seems to fall back on the citizens of Cornwall to pick up the tab when the funding runs out. And I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers of the city to keep fixing all these problems that are left behind by senior levels of government. So, an FYI, I'm not interested in giving anybody any more money after this year unless you have some kind of plan that makes some sense to me. Don't come to me and say, hey, we've run out of money, so can you pick up the tab? That will not be a good enough reason for me to support it, regardless of, some kind of public consultation. I don't know what the public thinks. We've never had an opportunity. I get emails from people who are all on board, but I don't really know what the citizens of Cornwall think one way or the other. And I remember taking a orientation when I first became a councillor, and the one thing that the person who was running that orientation said is one of the biggest problems about being a councillor is you've got to weigh the vocal minority versus the silent majority. I don't know what the silent majority thinks because they haven't been given enough time or any kind of real formal presentation about what they're getting for their dollar. Just an FYI. Second reason I don't want to support it is if you look at their presentation, and I don't imagine everybody has it, but if you looked at their presentation when they did their budget, they have a number of groups that they've never sent an invoice to. So we provide the service, but we never ask those groups for any kind of money. Like, to me, if the city provides a service for someone, we ultimately send them a bill. If I hire a plumber and he does plumbing for me, he sends me a bill. If I get somebody to paint my living room, at the end of it, he sends me a bill. Typically, in fact, I get a quote from that person before I hire them and say, if you do this for me, how much is it going to cost? Well, they're not invoicing any of the people that they do work for. That doesn't make any sense to me. And they can say, well, all these organizations are equally grappling for money, and that's valid. But if you're providing a service, I would think, and maybe it just needs to be a tiny bit of money, but some kind of money. And yet, a number of these groups, and even when I asked her, she said, no, we don't typically ask for money. Well, why is it the person on Fifth Street's job to pick up the tab for this? Thirdly and lastly, if you look on page 12 of their presentation, it looks kind of like this, where they talk about other municipalities who have funded their respective SDCs. Oxford has a population of 120,000 and they've given their SDC 80 grand. That's 3 times the size of Cornwall. Perth is 136,000. That's also 3 times the size of Cornwall, and they gave $70,000. The city of Ottawa, which is 1 million people, they're massive compared to us, and they've only ponied up $75,000. We have a small population, and finally, Hamilton, with a population of 500,000 people, provided their SDC 45 grand. We have a modest, tiny little population in relation to most of these other municipalities, yet we're being expected to fund at the same level as Ottawa. Does anybody see the inequity here, or is it just me? Am I reading this incorrectly? Am I missing something? Because 1 million people versus 50,000, we're not even close, and yet the percentage of money we're being asked to pay is comparable. I suspect my colleagues will give me some reason for this what I'm not getting, but it doesn't seem right to me. So unless I get something a little more definitive in terms of what I'm getting for my dollar, and to me there's some loose ends in terms of their presentation that they couldn't answer or chose not to answer for whatever reason, I'm not going to support the additional funding. And the last thing that I want to emphasize, Your Worship, and this is for all of the organizations that run out of money, I don't feel like giving any money to these people anymore. If the federal funding is run out, then find an alternate source of funding. If the provincial funding is run out, that's regrettable, but I really don't want to be the catch-all for everybody who runs out of money. I just don't want to do that anymore. So I'm not going to support. We've given them 35 to try to get them along. I'm okay with that, and the counties, I don't know where they are, but I'm okay with the 35. I don't want to give any more money. And I do want this to be emphasized, much like the original groups on my own motion. This is a one-shot deal. I don't want to be in the SDC business. That's not really what I think the city of Cornwall is supposed to be doing. We can haggle back and forth about that, but that's where I see it. So, thank you.
Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Ngunjo.
In my 10 years on council, this is the toughest decision. The one that really wakes you up at 2 in the morning, you start thinking about it. There's two parts to this. One, you may not like what I'm going to say in the second part, but I've got to say it. I agree with everything my colleague just said. The counties, they're not going up over 35,000. I've talked to a couple of councillors there, and they're not going higher than 35. I agree, one deal shot, but I don't stake the moral high ground by any means. But when I asked the question, if you don't get the funding, can you cease to exist? And the answer was no. My colleague, who we all love, told me the same thing on a one-on-one conversation. Don't get the funding, I'm out of a job. So the dilemma for me was, at 2 o'clock in the morning, am I going to vote for this to save a colleague's job? Or am I voting this because I've got a responsibility to the citizens of Cornwall? And it really, I'm not kidding you, it's something I really had to think about. It's something I've never had to really, in my 9 years voting on things, come and go. But this was a tough one, because I know that if we don't give the funding, our colleague could be out of a job. Am I going to, you can wince, but it's true. That's what I was told. I'm just going by what I was told. So it's a tough decision. And at the end of the day, I got to say, look, I'm not in the job creation business. I am going to vote against the motion. And a lot of it has to do with that. And I don't, it's not because I got high morals or higher than somebody else, but that really bugged me. It really bothered me to think about that. And I know there's other organizations out there are going to say, well, I guess it's good to have a city councillor on your organization, and all fairness to Todd, and it's good to have a city councillor sitting on the board, supporting them, urging his colleagues to support this organization. So, having said that, I am not going to support the motion based on what I just told you. I think administration, I thought they made a fair decision on this one. Todd, Councillor Bennett has mentioned, we gave him the 3% thing. Not all of us, but the majority of council rules. And they went out and tried to do their job. And they didn't quite make 3%. In fact, they're a little higher than that. But really, that's the way the position I take is that I've got to set aside the emotion of it. And, how can I face somebody when I just voted for them to lose their job? I was in a tough business for 53 years. Trust me, when you have to have police protection at times, I've been through worse than this. So anyway, I thought Dean did an excellent job of summing it up, and I agree with everything he said. And so I'm going to not support the motion based on what I just said. I know you're going to probably disagree with me and say, he's off base by trying to bring in the idea that we're, the morality of the thing or whatever it is. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to support. I'm not going to support the motion.
Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no 10 years experience as a councillor. I'm a very young one, so yeah. Yeah, but these look tough. I agree with you. But because there are many components that we have to put on the table to understand all the parameters that we have. But I would like to bring this motion in another perspective. Like, what's going to be the impact of each dollar that we're going to give to our residents? How many residents are going to get benefit from this money? Can some of them, residents, are going to get more service, knowing that I'm going to say it again and again and again, life cost is higher. So what I understood from this organization is that they are supporting, they are helping people. So they are very appreciated in the community. But at the same time, as a councillor, we have to do our job. I'm not going to vote to support any motion that is going to increase the tax. But for this case, it's very special because I understand that money that we're going to give here is going to help our residents or those who need those services to get better services. So putting this in a balance, it's like, okay, at the same time, it's going to help our residents. So, but I would like to make sure that next year we're not going to be in this same situation because it's going to be very tough and it's getting very difficult to deal with this kind of issue about giving money to association. Yes, for sure, we need the association. I am running one association. I know how it's very important to do the job that those associations are doing. But at the same time, we need a crystal clear politic to rule how the funds are given to association. So for this one, especially, and I hope it's the last one, I'm going to support this one because I know that it's around more than 30,000. So it's not going to be very. It's not going to increase the tax for more than 1%. I don't think so. I hope so, Mrs. Bailey. So it's a very slight add that we're adding to the tax, and I hope we're going to cut to another side. So I'm not very, I think I will support this one, but I hope it's going to be the last. We're not going to be on the same case for next year. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I said when the people came here and made their presentation that I understood. But what I see in the community is mental health, you name it, 119 different groups that they help. There's a hell of a lot of pain out there. And I'm going to suggest that we give this money to these people on a one-time shot and let them know that next year it won't happen. I'm voting in favor of this because I want to alleviate some of those bloody pains that people are. I mean, we have people sleeping in tents. We have homeless people. We have all kinds of people who need help. And if $35,000 is going to help them, plus another $35,000 from the counties, that's not a hell of a lot of money to alleviate pain. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment a couple after what I've just heard. First off, to Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor McIntosh, I really appreciate your comments. Truthfully, I do. The one thing I did want to mention was, we talk about the silent majority probably doesn't even know what they do. To that I say, thank God they don't know what they do, because the muted minority really needs the services of an organization like this. And when we talk about what the other levels of funding is from different municipalities, couple things we don't know with those numbers. Numbers don't speak about everything. What they don't tell you is what kind of level of service are they getting from their social development councils? We don't know. Ottawa, I would say if Ottawa is giving $75,000 to the social development council, that they have a lot of problems. They've got some major issues. And if they don't, I'd like to know who's looking after it, because then we could emulate that. And to Councillor McIntosh's heartfelt concern about why the decision, how hard it was, I have to be honest, while I know who runs it and I'm fully aware, that never even crossed my mind, because what I was thinking about was the amount of people that get serviced by the organization. I mean, it could be my brother running it for all that matters, or Joe Blow down the street. It doesn't matter to me who runs it. I just know the work they do. So I can appreciate very much both comments that I heard. I just think there's another side to that. And while I wouldn't want to put anybody out of a job, and a job particularly like this one, it's not about the person in the job, it's about the people they're helping, and it doesn't matter to me who's running it. So those are just the comments I just wanted to add to what I heard. And but I do thank the comments, because it does make you sit back and think a little bit about some of the decisions you're making. Thanks.
I'm going to go back to Councillor McDonald for a wrap-up, but I'm just going to make a few comments first. I tend to agree with some of the comments stated, where when higher levels of government make cuts and download, suddenly the municipalities seems to be left holding the bag and takes on responsibility for some of these costs where we previously didn't have it. I don't like it. I really don't. I mean, it's frustrating. I've been around the table 9 years as well, and we've seen it growing every year. And we certainly have a lot of frustrations with some of the extra costs that have been added to our municipality, especially over the last year. And we're trying to work with higher levels of government to address some of these issues. But certainly it puts a lot of pressure on municipalities, and we are the level of government that provides the most service to our residents directly. So we do incur a high level of cost, comparatively, look at our size compared to the province and the federal government and the budgets, right? As I look at this, and I think, I don't look at this as a colleague's job. I look at it in terms of what Councillor Bennett was saying, the service provided to the community. And as I was tossing this around in my head a little bit and thinking about it, what I've heard from other organizations that are in place to help alleviate poverty in our community is that the work of the SDC is valuable in that regard, and it's helping. And because it's another organization, as opposed to it being in-house, it's being done at a cost that's lower to the city of Cornwall if we were to do it directly. I trust those individuals who have provided this input, and I because they're the ones on the ground doing the work. And based on that, I am looking to support this motion. I think the overall ask, any ask to, in addition to the budget, I take seriously, regardless of the amount. But I would say that I think this is an acceptable amount considering, but certainly as we move forward into our next budget cycle, and we're going to be undertaking a review of agreements and MOUs with organizations, I think this is the kind of thing that we need to come up with a streamlined approach and a process approach and a policy approach. So I look forward to that in the future. And with that, I'm going to give it back to Councillor McDonald to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments, and thanks to my colleagues too. First, those of you, of course, who supported the motion, but also to those of you who spoke frankly against the motion. And as Councillor McIntosh said, you might disagree with me. Well, you can count on it, but I think you knew that anyway. You knew that. So I guess I'll start with the least consideration that's been mentioned is this is a job. No. Carolyn Hebert is a worker, and if we were to fold this organization tomorrow, she'd have a job. She has impressive talents and an impressive CV. She doesn't need this to pay her rent or pay her mortgage or whatever. She's doing this because she loves to do it. So with that out of the way, it's just unfortunate that she is one of us that we have to address that. But that having been said, I served on the committee that used to review the asks, of the art gallery, and that was the one which I was most intimately involved because I was on the board of the art gallery, and I was also on the committee that reviewed the asks. And we always used to ask, how much money are you bringing in for what we're paying you? So at the art gallery, they were down to something like, I think at one point it went down to like about 17,000 we were giving them, but we had it up to about 35. And we had the director working bingos like 3 days a week. So, and still we supported them. Thank heavens we did. But the Social Development Council, our ask is 66,000. But as Councillor Bennett said, they have a budget of over 200,000. This is an organization that, granted, is not sending out invoices to those who can't pay for the services they're rendering, but they're sure pulling in the projects, and to the fact that their budget is almost 3 times what it started out at, what it is that we give them. So this is an organization that's really tied into the economy of the city. Now, as far as the funding we give, if we give more, then obviously I think Cornwall should benefit more, and I would leave that to the organization. The board can work out who gets what, when, and how much. But I also want to point out the terrible inequity that's visited upon our whole society, as the CAO said, from 2001 with housing being downloaded. We have had a lifetime of downloads. And I don't know there's any way around it, but the fact is, if people are hungry, it's on our doorstep that they sit. So we absolutely have to respond at this level, as all of you have recognized. So I think I'd like to, I'll leave my comments there, and obviously thank everybody for their support and for this organization.
Thank you. Okay, the motion's been on the screen for a little while. I think we're all clear on what we're voting on. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Can bring Councillor Hebert back in. Yes, so I'm going to return. I had a motion speakers list, so Councillor Ngunjo's next, and Councillor Good, you're following for another motion afterwards. Councillor
Thank
McDonald?
you. Can I just give one piece of great news? On my way here, I noticed that ugly old curling rink, that derelict building, is level. And last night we approved, well, we didn't approve it yet, but we talked about the wonderful glass front that the Civic Complex is going to have. And opposite across the street, we have the Lionel Chevrier with the beautiful glass front. And now the eyesore in the middle is gone. It's flat. So that's a fabulous piece of good news, I think, that we can all focus on.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ngunjo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to make sure about something. We are talking about motions, right? Yes. I know my colleague, Councillor Hélène, just spoke about the airport, the Cornwall Regional Airport. I don't know if she, are you going to move the motion for about that? Because I have
Go ahead.
some item that I would like to discuss about this airport. We just spent like 30 minutes discussing about funding for an organization. But here we have funds that we are spending since, I'm not sure how many time are we funding the airport? 30 years? I don't know. Maybe Councillor Claude, you can help me?
I think Ms. Bailey might be able to answer that.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had an agreement with the airport since 1984.
1984. And thank you, Mrs. Bailey. And please, do you know what is the fund that we give them since this period?
So I can tell you that I have not kept track since 1984, but the funding agreement is that the city pays 85% of operating costs. We have not increased that amount for 3 years now, so the operating cost that the city puts in is 110 $100,000 a year. In the past, we have funded capital as well over the last, I'm going to say, 20 years, and we fund that at 85%. I'll just quickly look. I think we've funded in capital about just under $900,000, around $900,000 in capital.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bailey. Okay, and the other question that I would like to ask, what did we gain from this airport during this time? How many dollars? Zero. Any advice? Nothing. So the city of Cornwall is spending the amount of money that you just talked about for zero income since, I don't know, a long time. So this is a serious matter that we should solve. I think we're going to solve it tonight. I was prepared on my point, so if I will ask to the clerk, I hear that there is a resolution on the table that was voted in 2021. I would like to ask you if there is any new, where are we with this resolution now?
Ms. Bailey?
Perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer the question. So in September 2021, Council, through a resolution, instructed city administration to take a look at the agreement and exit the airport contract. And so we've been working on that. To a discussion that happened earlier this evening, I don't think that we can take that money out of the budget, or we could take the money out of the budget, but I think if the city does not transfer that money, that we would be in breach of that agreement. We're continuing to work with South Glengarry on next steps to see where we should go with the airport. And we have a meeting scheduled with their administration in the next couple of weeks to continue those discussions.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bailey. That is a big concern for me, honestly, because we are it's dollar, our taxes, resident money that we're taking and we're putting in the garbage. That's it. And that is an example of, that is not a good governance. I think we should have the courage to fix this issue. And I know that maybe we can have some impact if we breach the contract, but we should be more, I'm going to say, engaged or courageous to stop this, because I cannot understand, honestly, how we're spending money without any gain. It's something that I can't understand. So tonight, I would like us to have the courage to discuss about this, and I would like to bring a motion on the table. At least I was prepared to bring the motion to stop funding this airport, but since you explained that there can be some impact on this bridge, I will change my mind and just bring a motion to give specific how can I say, resolution or advice to the administration with date, like 6 months. In 6 months, this problem should be solved. We're going to pay this, but in 6 months, we're going to ask to our administration to find a solution during these 6 months, for example. I don't know if it is something that is technically acceptable for you, Mr. CEO.
I will, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I keep maybe repeating myself, but there are two elements at hand. In 2021, the objective was to get out of the airport business. The substantive of that is maybe less so the operational and much more so getting out of the asset. I think if you want to give us a clearer direction on from what I can hear from what you're describing, the element really relates to the transfer of funds to the airport authority. If you want us to advance, we're not stopping the direction from 2021, just to be clear. But in the meantime, if you'd like us to pursue amendments to the operational agreement and be clearer on any transfers and renegotiate that, we can certainly take that as a resolution and pertain. But I would reaffirm some of the comments from Ms. Bailey, which was we can't recommend that you take it out of the budget, so because the amount needs to be transferred. But we could take the direction, if we can seek some resolution to the matter which brings back money or stops the flow of money, we'd be glad to take that under council direction.
So technically I have to bring a motion, for example, for that. Correct? So the motion that I would like to bring on the table is to ask the administration to reconsider the resolution and to go further with what was decided on 2021, and if possible to stop the contract with the airport of Cornwall.
Councillor McIntosh?
The agreements with South Glengarry.
I'll look to Ms. Bailey. I believe the money is transferred to the airport authority, but I stand to be corrected.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're looking for how the city does that, once the budget is approved, we send 50% to the airport, and then later in the year, we send the balance to the airport. Yeah, if the motion is passed by council to perhaps get out of sending the operating dollars, I would suggest not putting an end date to that motion, like within 6 months, or we're not going to transfer into 2025. I really think we would have to speak to legal to see what type of notice is required to do that, and it be, even though the agreement is in perpetuity, there may be some understandings through legal matters that if there is a longer notice period, that perhaps that would be acceptable for this type of matter. So
Perhaps just to complete, if you're comfortable we understand the spirit of your motion. We will be in budget in no time. So if the motion is presented and passed, we understand the spirit of as soon as possible. So perhaps it's now, perhaps it's in June when we negotiate, but prior to the next budget cycle, you'd have enough clarity. Might I suggest a minor amendment to the motion I see on the screen, Councillor, which could be where it says operation, transfers, because that's where we get caught in the wording here. My perspective is, one is the asset and getting out of the operations of the airport, which lives with the asset. One is the operational transfer to the authority, which is the 110,000 we're talking about.
Okay, I'm good with that. So if I can have, it's okay.
Councillor McIntosh seconds.
Thank you very much.
Okay, debate. Councillor Goodjoe, do you want to kick us off? Do you have anything else to add?
Yes, the issue that I have, as I said a few minutes ago, is that we have a contract with this airport that we're running since a long time. We're spending a lot of money there. We have no income, and we're still spending money. We still have it in the budget. I remember last year we spoke about that. It was my first budget, and I was very, how can I say, optimist, yes, because I thought that the problem will be fixed. But unfortunately, this year we have to explain to our residents that we are going to charge them taxes to spend to this airport for any income. So that is something that should be fixed. And yes, I hope my colleague will understand this point and will follow the motion that I just bring on the table. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor McDonald and Councillor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I absolutely support this motion, and if it passes, I hope to make a further motion that we also, if we must forego or forfeit any interest we have in the assets, which are however many acres and feet of runway we have there, that we relinquish them, attempt to sell them to South Glengarry. I think the land deal is with them, not with the airport, with whoever the deal is with, that we forfeit our assets if we can't sell them to them, but that at the end of the day, we're out of it totally. Thank you.
Councillor Good, then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's become quite apparent through discussions that most of us don't want to keep going in the airport business. And that being said, we haven't yet had an opportunity to have the conversation with South Glengarry about what they want. I think there's pride in the airport, and I don't want to knock it and say it's all bad, but I also think it's very limited in what it can provide as a benefit to both of our communities. And with that being said, I'm not against this motion to implement an exit strategy as soon as possible for the operational transfers. I want us to be very cautious and collaborative in the execution of this, because I think that we can come to an agreement that will be mutually beneficial for both of our communities, and that we don't need to say, hey, well, we're pulling out and that's all it is. I really do believe that if we can open up a conversation with them, we can find out, what do you need or want from us? How can we help you? And come to a deal where both municipalities can sell the airport and make a profit off it. And I totally get what my colleague is saying about cut our losses. I'm not opposed to cutting our losses, and if truly there is just hard opposition, we don't want to sell it, that's what it is, well, then maybe we come to it. But I think we need to have those negotiations in good faith and use the carrot instead of the stick. And that's my approach more often than not. It doesn't always work, but I think it's a good way to start. I don't think it's easy to negotiate with people when they have their backs against the wall. So I'm just putting that as general commentary. I support the spirit of this, but I want us to approach it cautiously and in a way that I really think that there could be mutual benefit here, and that they will also be happy with the deal that comes out of it. So that's all I have to say.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll probably support the motion. Just a few points worth noting. I sat on the chair of the Airport Commission for 3 years, and I voted against cutting our losses with the airport originally. But certainly there does seem to be a sense at the commission, and maybe I'm missing it and I'm no longer the chair, but that the commission itself doesn't really have the grand vision at this point, because both parties are recognizing that the city has said we're kind of out. And so we meet and we discuss like the, small things. There's no really kind of vision, if you will, because both groups are saying we don't even know, it doesn't look like it's going to be a joint effort moving forward. And how can you think long-range plan when you don't even see yourself existing as an entity, certainly not in its version that it is right now? The other thing that's noteworthy is the letter was sent from South Glengarry shortly after council made the motion, saying, yeah, we'd like you to leave. So they're on record saying, yeah, we'd like you to leave. So we've said we want to leave. They've said they'd like us to leave. So we kind of agree with the concept of us walking away. The only real issue ultimately is price. At least that's how I see it. The only bottom line is what's going to take financially for us to sever the relationship. Then, the reference is a marriage that's not working any longer. Well, I'm not, my wife and I, 31 years, I don't know how she's done it, so I really don't know much about divorce. But typically speaking, it seems to me when people decide they don't want to be together, we just carve up the spoils and move on our merry way. The debating issue isn't to stay together, it's to how are we going to shake this out financially. So I guess my point is, they want us to leave, we've said we want to leave, so really all we're doing is haggling over how much. And I don't really know why that takes 3 or 4 years to do. When if you were going to buy a house tomorrow, you'd make an offer and the seller would counter and you would counter and they would counter until ideally you get to some arrangement, whatever that may be. So I kind of think, I don't understand why it's taking so long when really all we're doing is negotiating how much. So I'll look forward to see some kind of something definitive, perhaps in the next round of budget deliberations. The only one thing I want to leave as one member is that I'm not prepared to walk away with nothing. The airport, there's a significant chunk of land. We've invested a fair amount of money in terms of purchasing some of it, maintaining the actual airport itself, the acquisition of property. So we're talking not like hundreds of thousands, but potentially millions of dollars. And I'm not prepared to walk away of millions of dollars. Now, we had a informal appraisal, and I can't remember the total number, but it wasn't like 50,000. It was a big chunk of money, and here we are haggling over $20,000 and $30,000 items, and we're going to walk away from $2 million. I'm not prepared to do that. I'm certainly not interested in haggling over 30 grand and then write off 2 million and say, oh, well, no big deal. That's not where my headspace is. So as one member, I'm not walking away empty-handed on this, because the city over the 40 years of this agreement has ponied up 85% of the cash. And while maybe 85% isn't the number, certainly zero isn't the number either. So I'm not prepared to walk away with nothing. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, Councillor Good talked about concern to be cautious. We've been painfully cautious. Goes back years. My goodness, a good point. But my wife's cousin, former mayor of South Glengarry, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. CEO, if you stick around here long enough, you'll find out everybody's related to somebody. So I had some back channel discussion with him, and he wanted us. He said, "Go, leave it, and we'll run it, and we'll sell it, maybe." And that's I'm alluding to what Dean just talked about. We had a consultant's report done 7 years ago, and I'm not always big on consultants. No offense to the job you used to have, but there was a really good report. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you remember that. We had the big meeting out the complex with South Glengarry and the port, and she basically said, for lack of a better term, you guys are getting screwed on this deal. She said, why are you only in it with South Glengarry? You should be South North, South Dundas, the whole gang there, the other 5 municipalities. And when we put the word out, they said, are you kidding? We don't want anything to do with you. So that died. Economic Development Department, Mark told us that Mark Waller was in charge of it at that time. Not one inquiry ever from a client, a prospect, ever mentioned airport. Nothing. It was crickets. It's become a flying club. That's what it is. And the interesting thing is that they pay a very small amount and they collect the taxes, property taxes. What a deal that is. We had, when that consultant's report came out and the motion we made, I'll go back to the lawyer thing again. BLG was instructed by Ms. Adams to work on an exit agreement. They were surprised we didn't have one ever, so they were going to work on it. I guess they're still working on it. I mean, this is one of the things, the frustration of being around here is that just disappears. And perhaps, Mr. CEO, you can maybe remind them that file is still available and what's happening to it. That was a very important part of this whole thing. We have new people, new mayor down there, and I think our mayor has a good relationship with them. And we have a new CAO. I can tell you at one time they had a CEO that absolutely hated the city. He would do everything to make sure we got the raw end of the deal. He's long gone, but it was not well with the city. And maybe you can get Doug Robertson. You can get along with. Have you talked to him?
Mr. Robertson used to be a city of Ottawa employee while I was there. So we know each other very well.
Okay, so there we go. We got a mayor that's friendly with the mayor and a CEO that's on the same wavelength. So I think that we have to, I mean, we said that 3 years ago. This is a time to bite the bullet. And that's some bullet because we're still biting it. I think we're going to move ahead. And walking away from it, I remember we had the assessment on it, and it was a lot more. It was worth a lot more than we actually thought. So Elaine, fair point, but I just wouldn't want to say, "Here's South Glary, it's all yours." And next day we see a for sale sign in the front door. So anyway, I think we should move ahead. Thank Fred for taking this, going ahead with this, because I think we should say within 6 months we hope that BLG will finally tell us yes or no or what, and that you have talked to Mr. Robertson and the mayor has dealt with Lachlan, and we'll get things moving. I know the former mayor Lyle was very keen on us leaving, so let's get a move on it.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much. I've made my position clear for the last 3 or 4 years. I think it has value. And the city of Cornwall, when I was sitting on the board before, bought the extension property to be able to extend the runway to 5,000 feet, which would have helped. We have the OPP, the RCMP, we have all kinds of people from the security that use that airport. I think in my heart, I can remember a few years ago when a child was hurt in South Glengarry and they couldn't help him here. They had to fly him to Toronto. If we hadn't had that airport there, that child would be dead. It's not the only time that's happened. It's used for emergencies also. I think I would like to see our CAO and Maureen Adams get together and try to find out. I remember quite a while ago, the counties were prepared to change the MOU, change the funding formula. That just died on the table. So I'd like to see the two of them be together, talk together, and find out if that paperwork that they put together to make changes to the money paid by the city and the counties, which would mean was looking at 50-50 at the time. However, I'd like to see a report back from our CAO and the county CAO, Maureen Adams, whom I trust, try and come to some kind of a solution. It's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen 6 months from now. And Mr. CAO, I would really like you to talk to BLG and find out what the hell is holding this up. And finally, if it does come to a point where we let go of the airport, there's a lot of money that the city itself put into that airport, and I'd like to find out how much we put into it, including that $85,000 to buy whatever it was, 3 acres or 4 acres, to come back to Cornwall, because we paid for it. They didn't. So at the end of the day, if this passes, I'm certainly going to stand by trying to get money back that this city put into that airport. Or, sorry, the property, part of the counties pay us for the property that we bought.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to prolong this unnecessarily. I'm quite happy with the resolution, the motion there. I won't bother adding anything about the assets, but I do want to add to what Councillor McIntosh said. Not only did the other counties refuse to participate in the deal when they were invited to after that meeting we had with the consultants, Raymond Chabot and the group from Ottawa, but later we offered them to at least change the deal, the 85-15. They refused. So we were looking for a little bit of, fair play, maybe not 50-50, because we're a big city and they're a little county, I guess, but we couldn't even get them to budge from the 85-15, so this has been bad, and this I see in front of us is going to get us out of that. And then we can tackle the assets, because as soon as we're not paying for the maintenance and the operation, maybe they'll sell it, and at that point, we still own 85% or half, some anyway. So I'm quite happy with the motion as is.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question I think that our CFO can answer. If we decided to help out the Airport Commission with a $1 million project, who pays for that $1 million project? Is that still 85-15?
Capital is shared 85-15.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. So this isn't about the $100,000+ we give this airport every year. It's peanuts. Truthfully, if they wanted to renegotiate a contract, do you think the South Glengarry cares about $100,000? No. What they care about is any infrastructure that's on there, we're on the hook for. So if I was them, I'm not negotiating any change to that, because if there's a $1 million project coming, and I don't have to give you $150,000, why would I renegotiate that? As I said across the way, there's a $5 million project they want to do. So I wouldn't renegotiate that either. So this isn't about the $100,000 for me every year. I mean, it's annoying, but it's more about the infrastructure that we have to put into it to make it any different, to extend runways, to all those things. We're paying for that with no benefit. And the more we pay, the more that gets, the more taxes it creates, and they're going to get the benefit from the tax rate on that. So even if they gave us $100,000 and we gave them nothing, what they're going to get on property tax from that, if it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, is going to eat most of that up. So it's not costing them nothing. So I like this motion. Let's just get it done. They know what's coming. They're just waiting for us to walk away. And as has been said before, I'm not up for that. So let's have that amicable divorce we're talking about. Thanks.
Further comments? Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Ngunja to wrap up. I just have a few comments myself. Just quickly, I'm actually not going to support the motion. I actually took the time to bring up what was labeled as a resolution, but there is a motion here from 2021, and it reads, motion to notify the Township of South Glengarry that the City of Cornwall plans to terminate the agreement for the Cornwall Regional Airport. Personally, I feel this is more or less the same thing. I mean, I have faith that we are trying to get out as soon as possible, because there is no exit clause. It's not like typical contracts. You activate an exit clause, you're out, or there's a timeline that's prescribed. We don't have one, so we're already undertaking this process. For me personally, I feel like we've already voted on. Well, it was a previous council, to be fair, but this has already been decided. I didn't agree with it then. I don't agree with it now. It's that simple for me. Councillor Goodjoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, thank you very much for all the comment my colleague shared about this question. My point of view is very simple. Our community, the City of Cornwall, is going through a new vision, and we need to make sure that any dollar that we're spending is going to support our community. This is an example of wasting money since a long time. So the question of tackling the infrastructure there are going to come after these motion being implemented. So thank you very much for your share, and I really hope that all my colleagues are going to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, motion's been on the screen for a little while now. We're all familiar on what we're voting on. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. I have Councillor Good next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you don't mind giving me just a moment to pull things up here. Okay. I can only make one motion at a time, right? Okay, I know that Manel has a few motions of mine. I'll do the dog park motion if that's okay. Okay, and I can explain it after. So, and I believe this is my own misdoing. There is a spelling mistake. It should be Sathya Sai. So whereas the Sathya Sai Park is a small park located at Adolphus and 10th Street, whereas Sathya Sai Park has one swing set, and whereas the introduction of a dog park is something that many residents want to see in Cornwall, now therefore be it resolved that the funding of $75,000 be removed from Sathya Sai Park and be reassigned to the future construction of a dog park.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hollingsworth. Okay, so debate, Councillor Good.
All right, thank you so much. We've kicked down the can prior to even me coming on council, this $20,000 dog park study. And, you know, with all of the budget items that we have, it is a relatively small amount. I'm not prepared to take it out at this time because I don't want to see us kicking it down the can. Where I have concern is it's the same concern I raised last year with Grant Park. I don't know where the rationale behind replacing these swing set only parks with full playgrounds came from, but I believe that it's within the prerogative or the mandate, I should say, rather, of the Recreation and Parks Committee to do a review of the direction that that's heading in. I'm not sure if it was based on public feedback that that replacement structure was put into place. But given the proximity of this particular park to 3 other large parks that have full playground structures, I do not believe that this is the investment that we should be putting it in. And I want to ensure that we continue to move along this path of you know, replacing dated and you know, faulty infrastructure to replace it with a nice playground. I also want to ensure that we're putting money aside, and I don't think it's actually going to take the full $75,000, but I want to ensure that there is money aside so that when we get that report back from administration on the dog park, we can take it and run. I don't want this to be a 3 years down the road project. I want to get back the report and be able to have money set aside specifically for that purpose. And I believe that this is a very reasonable place to pull it from. Thank you.
Further commentary, Councillor Hollingsworth.
I got to tell you, Your Worship, this motion is so opportunistic for puns. It's doing everything I can to not jump on it. Yes, it feels like it's going to the dogs, but I think, Your Worship, I keep hearing the dog park thing. It's cropped up and seems like every year we've done budget. There's a dog park discussion. There's a number of members in the public made reference that they wanted a dog park, and so I guess I just think I'm prepared to support the motion so that we can just get on with this rather than barking up the wrong tree. So I'm sorry I couldn't help it. It was just too easy. Thank you.
He's here all week, folks. Miss Bailey, I understand you wanted to provide commentary.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to bring to council's attention that the playground equipment, that's not fully funded from the tax base, so $75,000 for the project, of which 60 is from the tax base and 15 is from the Parkland Reserve, which can only be used for neighborhood parks. So that is money that comes from developers in lieu of parkland that we collect for parkland purposes, for neighborhood parks. So I would just indicate that we're probably looking at $60,000 for the construction of the dog park, not 75.
May I ask?
Microphone, please.
I don't know why I turned that off. Oh, it wasn't me talking. Oh, am I allowed to ask?
I was going to go to you because she's referencing your motion, so
Oh,
there's...
okay, thank you. Is it possible to take the $30,000 that's currently coming from the Parkland Reserve and put that entire amount towards St. Teresa Park?
It hasn't been our practice, but I don't think there's a concern with doing that. In the past, we've placed $15,000 to each individual park and funded the balance from the tax base.
And can you ask, what is our current reserve at?
For the parkland, it's not a lot, but it is at 100, it's estimated at about 158,000.
Okay, so is there any issue with doing this then?
There isn't.
Okay, thank you.
So, are you changing your motion, Councillor Good?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's really nothing to change. It doesn't specify in there where the money is taken from or put into, nor does it in the budget outline the fact that 15,000 is going to one park and 15 to the other. So I don't think it needs to be changed. If someone else does, I'd be happy to word it very clearly, and I'm sure the clerk could help with making that specific. I'm interested in hearing what the rest of council has to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I can't support this motion. We heard a very good explanation yesterday from the manager of Parks and Rec why allocating the kids who would use that park to go to the 3 neighboring parks is just not feasible in terms of traffic. And I know we could set up some traffic assistances, but that's another budget line altogether, and so we don't have that in place. So we don't want kids crossing 9th Street or 11th Street. And we have this concept of neighborhood parks, and I think it's really important to our community. And secondly, I think that you, Mr. Mayor, had the most wonderful idea yesterday of simply formalizing what we've used for years. You know, I mean, I was looking after dog for somebody else for a number of years, and the OPG site was the go-to place. So, and if they're willing, I mean, they've actually made some accommodations there to us already, and I think this could be another partnership that OPG is very community-minded, and it's an asset that, I mean, it kind of cries out to be formalized, you know? So I would suggest that we take the 20,000 dog park research money out of the budget and encourage you to contact OPG or the CAO, somebody, to see if we can have an OPG Cornwall Community Dog Park. We already do, so let's just maybe put a sign up calling it that and save ourselves $20,000. Like, I've visited dog parks, the Morrisburg one too, I've been to often, and OPG is as good for sure, so don't touch the parks, and let's keep the money.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bennett next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking for some clarification. I thought I heard a different name for the reserve that the 30,000 is coming out of. What reserve is that coming out of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on page 167.
Yes.
It indicates that the project is funded through the Recreation Facilities Reserve for $30,000.
Right.
That's incorrect. It's
Okay.
funded through the Parkland Reserve for $30,000.
That just saved me making a whole bunch of motions. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, dog park is running a close second to the airport. It's been around forever. The OPG thing, I'm familiar with that. And every time it's very popular, and every time I see a car going up 2nd Street with a dog sticking its head out with the ears back, it's going up to OPG. And anyway, it's not an official dog park. I don't think OPG bills it as a dog park. It's just it's a piece of land they've got, and they have parking there, and they certainly don't complain with the dogs. They have some signs up to clean up after your dog and everything. The park, I didn't even know. I didn't know they had a park there, to tell you the truth. And Elaine, Councillor McDonald makes a very good point about crossing the streets and that. I'm not familiar with the park, so I can't really picture it. But $60,000, my cousin here owns a dog park in Amherst Corners. He owns Fence Depot. And he built that park with $2,000. And it's very, he says he has a lot of people coming to it. So when I start talking about 60,000 for a dog park and 20,000 for a study, I'm going like, how in the world do you put 60,000 into a piece of land that you already own to put a fence around it? That's basically what you're doing. So I always find those numbers, there's going to be howls of protest when they find we're spending 60,000.
Oh, man.
I thought it was not as good as yours. But
I thought it was better.
anyway, I have some trouble supporting this because giving 60,000 to go get us a dog park and you spend up to 60,000, I just can't believe that you could do that. It must be something else. I'd like to know what Morrisburg put into theirs. I'm sure it wasn't that much.
Further comments? Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to oppose this. Around this table, I've often heard parks for children and equipment for children to enjoy themselves. And this location is a dangerous location because of 9th Street and 11th Street and people crossing it, and the way some of the drivers in this city speed. That's an accident waiting to happen. So for now, I don't want to take the money away from the park.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a brief conversation with Councillor Good after our meeting last night about this particular spot. And like all my conversations with Councillor Good, I had to go home and do homework. So, yeah, thanks for that. But, it is such a small piece of property. So when I went and Google mapped it, it is a tiny chunk of property. But when I did that exercise, I realized how many houses are around it. Like going east, a little bit north. There's a lot of houses around there that park could probably serve. And like Councillor McIntosh, I'd never heard of it until yesterday. So I think, having seen what I've seen now on Google Maps and seen the amount of houses that are around it, that it probably does warrant the proposal put forward. So for that reason, and thanks for the homework, for that reason, I'm not going to support this particular motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask Ms. Bailey, I'm being asked for clarification in terms of where the funds are coming from, where they're going. Ms. Bailey, can you elaborate for what you're looking for, please, in the motion?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the budget is structured a certain way, so the motions need to read that we move that based on those motions. So my understanding is that currently the motion is sort of in three parts. The first being that the play structure replacement for Sathya Safe Park be removed from the budget. So that informs us, we remove that. Right now, 60,000 would come from the be removed from a requirement from the tax base, and 15 would go back to the Parkland Reserve. So that we would understand. The next motion would be that St. Teresa Park structure at 75,000, be funded from the tax base at 45,000 and 30,000 from the parkland. So we would up that 15 to 30,000 as per your comment. And then the third would be that the construction of a dog park be added to the budget at 75,000, and that would be funded from the tax base. So it's just so that we understand the steps and not do something different than what council is looking for.
Is that the direction you're looking to give, Councillor Good?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's going to matter because based on what everyone's saying, I'm pretty sure I can read the room here.
Okay.
Is that sufficient?
I think there is an understanding. It sounds like there is. I mean,
Stephanie is supposed to finish taking down her motion, because if not, we would have to amend the motion, right?
can you speak up?
Councillor, I recognize what you're saying, but I think from a technical point of view, if the motion were to pass, staff still need a direction, and we're highlighting that in the motion, the way it's written, it does not provide the substantive that finance staff need to advance it.
So you need an amendment to the motion. Okay, so then,
I believe you can just revise it if your seconder agrees.
who seconded it? Dane? Sure, yeah.
Hollingsworth.
With what Tracy said, you can amend it as such. I don't think I need to repeat that, do I? I'll
Through
get it
you,
wrong.
Mr. Mayor, I think you do, because I was
Okay.
doing
I
something
think-
else.
Well, I think Tracy will have to be the one repeating, not myself.
Ms. Bailey?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll provide it to the clerk following the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is that sufficient? Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments on the motion? Yes. I'm just seeing. Councilor Gunjo, are you looking to comment, or are you just fixing your microphone?
No, I'm fixing that.
Okay. Just want to be sure. I'm sorry. Some councilors do that when they're getting ready to speak. It's something you notice from up here. Sorry, Councilor Good, please wrap up.
No problem, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think a dog park's gonna cost us 75 grand, but I wanted to make sure that it was included somewhere so that we can finally have direction towards getting it done. And you know what, honestly, I'm in agreement that the ideal would just be negotiating something with OPG and having it become a formalized agreement. I also, you know, as someone with young kids and we go park hopping all the time, I guess I feel like we end up with a carbon copy of the same playground in every single park, and it is incredibly uninspiring. I'm just going to say that, you know, I understand there's limitations and we put things out for RFPs, and I've seen the wording change to include, you know, unique, exciting, I don't know, wow-worthy, I think was in the last RFP. And they're fine, but I'd like to see something a little bit better, a little more inspiring. And my thought about removing this was it really has to do with the proximity. I hope we can aspire to make Cornwall a more walkable city, that we don't have to worry about literally not being able to cross the street and go 200 meters away to a park. I find that it's very problematic to me. But no less, like I said, I can read the room. I don't anticipate that this is going to pass. But I do hope that we can move forward on a dog park, because I don't want it to continue to be brought up as something that we're continuing to not act on. So that's my piece.
Okay, thank you. So the motion's been on the screen for a little while. I think we're all clear on what we're voting on. All in favor? All opposed? Motion does not pass. Thank you. Open to other motions, questions. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would find it helpful now if Ms. Bailey, she might want to do this after break or now, could put on the screen where we sit. You know, typically when we're doing these last-minute motions and that sort of thing, Ms. Bailey does show us on the screen what our current standing is in terms of budget as submitted, money added, money pulled out, so that we can see the math.
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're bringing it up. I'm sorry, I can't see that, but. So with the changes to date, we're at an increase to the average residential property of 4.03%, $115.51. That's a net levy change of 4.09%.
So, just for my clarification's sake, if you don't mind, Ms. Bailey, so what is the 403 and what's the 409? So the 403 is a change from 2023? Or?
So the 409, 4.09%, that's an increase to the levy to the community.
Okay.
So it's increasing it by, from the 86 million to the 89.6 million.
89.6 million.
89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million. 89.6 million.
Thank you.
The
And then-
4.03 is the increase to the average residential property,
Okay,
which is approximately $115.
okay. Thank you.
Counselor Good?
I just wanted to ask if it would be possible, I realize you can't zoom in anymore. Is it possible to just increase the font size? I get it'll probably be a little squished in there, but I've got very good eyes and I can hardly see it. If I can, Mr. Mayor, through you, 4.09 is what sparked that. Neither myself nor Councillor Hubert can see it. Oh, there's the 409.
There, for Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oops, my light just went out by itself. So are we going to take a break soon, or if not, I would happily make a motion, but it could be a long one.
We are expecting our dinner in 30 minutes. It's a little later today, unfortunately.
In 30 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'd like to make my motion now. So if we can see this on the screen, great. What I would like to move is that we in fact accept the current numbers on the board, and that we in fact increase our levy by 4.09%. And I do so for these reasons. I know around the table, we keep constantly referring to this.
Before we start debate, Councillor, I need a seconder on the motion.
Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Gardner seconds. Thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
McDonald.
So we keep referring to this bylaw that we passed, this motion in September, well before the strat plan. And I'm sure, well, the budget was probably already being prepared by that point. But this wasn't just a one-liner. It wasn't tax increase of 3%. It was tax increase of 3% with 3 bullet points and 3 paragraphs, all of which imposed conditions. And to my mind, the most important one of those conditions was that we do so without cutting services. I'll read it to you. Maintain existing service levels, separately identifying newer enhanced service levels. So, okay, we can raise taxes for something new, fine. But that we maintain services with 3, now that's an impossibility. So without going through the whole bylaw, I would just like to say, we've said a few times in these last few days that we're in transition. Now, we're struggling as a council to meet our citizens' priorities, and at the same time, to continue to morph from a post-industrial city to a well-rounded, full-service community. But 3% on the table would force us to step away from that construction and, in fact, reconstruct ourselves as a leaner, meaner society. And believe me, if we go from 4.09 down to 3, because 4.07 contained cuts, so if we take 09 or 07 and go down to 3, we're in for deeper cuts. And let me just tell you the cuts we've already seen. The library, thank God we made up that bit that we took away, but we forced them to come to the table with less. So believe me, we have cut our funding to the library. We didn't meet their needs. Medical retreatment, we cut it. Workplace recruitment, we cut it. So with 4.07, we had cuts. To take that down to 3, we've got drastic surgery. And I think that's not where we want to go. So I want to look at this 3% because one of the conditions is that we keep the tax levy reasonable. And I want to suggest to you that the tax level is not reasonable. And one of the biggest arguments for the irrationality, in fact, of that tax level is the information we received from Ms. Bailey about what others have brought in and settled on. What the other I wanted to find out not just what our neighbors has settled on, but those communities that have made budget settlements. Well, we can see that one of them went down to 1.07. Yay. Hey, let's concede. They win. They won the race to the bottom. But everybody else, look at the stats. There's 4.87 as the average, 4.44 as the median. So if we're at 3, what's the point? What are we shooting for here? Second in the race to the bottom? I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, but when the rest of the world, and they're doing it obviously in the cold light of day to the satisfaction of their constituents, are in the 4.4 and 4.8% range, are we really seriously thinking that we can do justice to our constituents or ourselves by going to 3? I think it's an impossibility. This is a race to the bottom. Or do we somehow think we got a Hail Mary pass, that we can go to 3 and we can still sustain our community? Let me just say, we are not footballers. We're a council, and there's no Hail Mary pass for us. If we insist on going to 3, we're performing radical surgery on everything that our community offers. So I beg you, colleagues, let's go to 4.09. It's the only way we have to minimize further cuts, because we've already made some, and we've cut medical recruitment. We cut money from the library. We cut money from recruitment. So I'm just responding to Councillor Good's quizzical expression. So I'm sure elsewhere in the budget there are other cuts. Like I didn't get a chance to ask Michael Fothrop this time about public works. I mean, in the budget, we always see these lengthy explanations. We see slides of the pipes being relined and how much money and how many miles of pipes we have to work on. And I'm always satisfied at the end of that when I ask him, if the money we're allocating, even though we've got something like a 50-year backlog, are we at least addressing it? So I'd like to ask him now, in that department, are we moving ahead inches by inches at least, or are we standing still? And if we're standing still, we're going back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in regards to our capital budget, we still have significant backlogs in many infrastructure categories, especially over the past few years. The construction rate of inflation has significantly increased. We've done our asset management plan. We're trying to incrementally increase to what those recommended levels of spending is for each asset category, such as roads, but we still are below those recommended funding levels to reach our levels of service, which is the answer to your question.
Thank you for that. So you see, all these other municipalities that have gone beyond 4.09, and that's the average of those who've settled and the median, they're paying the same price for lifeguards as we are. They're paying the same price for asphalt, and they know they can't do it at 3 because they didn't. So please, let's avoid, I think it was a goodwill intention in September, like, let's go for broke here, let's really give people a break. But giving people a break is at the end of the day to increase costs to the residents who will not be getting the benefit that we are affording them through our expenditure, our responsible expenditure of tax dollars. So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hebert next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor McDonald, the only reason I won't support your motion, because I'm real close, is because I haven't had the opportunity to make a plea to reinstate the full funding for the medical recruitment. So I would love to see medical recruitment to go back to the 200 annually, as we are in a crisis, and I can debate that now. However, I think it's not in order since we're debating your motion, and I still want to have an opportunity to discuss medical recruitment before we vote on the final budget.
Well, but may I suggest, Mr. Mayor, that in the context of my motion, as people add or subtract things, that Ms. Bailey do the math for us so we can see. So if we were to put 100,000 back in for medical recruitment, I'm sure Ms. Bailey can show us what that's going to be, and we'll see if people can.
Is that in order?
You know what I mean? Is that fair?
I think the issue now, Counselor, is that we're debating your motion to approve the budget as is. So there would be
Okay.
no additions or subtractions based on this motion. Counselor Hollingsworth.
Well, basically, Your Worship, I may end up supporting it at 4.03, but as already expressed, I don't know if there's any other motions that councilors want. I don't personally have anything left, but so I don't know where I'm going to be in an hour from now, but if it's, you have to support it now or else, then I'm going to vote against it, only because I think there are some potentially other councilors that may want to express some sentiments going up or down. If we could maybe defer it until everybody's had their kick, I might be persuaded to support it, but if it's right now or else, then I'm going to vote against it.
Counselor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I happily agree to defer because my intention wasn't to curtail the debate. It was, first of all, to get the numbers up on the screen, and then to address something that's been bothering me all along, the impossibility of us doing a fair job at 3%. So I'm happy to defer.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your motion at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make it again after. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the floor is open for further motions. Counselor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can just wait 20 seconds, get to my motion. Motion to restore the medical recruitment fund to its previous allocations of $200,000 due to the current crisis of shortage of medical professionals in our community. And I can email that to the clerk right away.
Is there a seconder? Counselor McDonald. Oh, sorry, we'll start debate. Counselor Hebert.
Yes, I'm just clicking send. So the impact the community as this will impact our community as a whole. If we truly want to be a hub city and care for those in and outside of our community, we need to be pulling our weight and address the crisis at hand. We have one walk-in clinic, we have an overcharged emergency department, we have doctors retiring faster than we'd like, and a record number of residents who are unattached to a family physician or a nurse practitioner. The shortage of medical professionals in our city has reached a critical point, significantly affecting the efficiency and accessibility of our healthcare services. The Medical Recruitment Fund has proven to be an effective tool in attracting qualified healthcare professionals to our community. Allocating $200,000 is the absolute least we can do. I also know there has been some discussion around changing the rules of this fund, and I think this needs to take place as soon as possible to review if we can also use this fund to attract nurse practitioners or in any other way to relieve the current pressures to our healthcare system in this community. I understand this should be addressed by the provincial government, but they are not doing anything about it for us. So we need to be taking care of our own instead of waiting for other levels of government to step up while people are suffering. So I'm happy to hear from others and would wrap up with some further comments after the fact.
I have Counselor Good next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I wholeheartedly agree with really everything that Councillor Hebert said. I have some questions about how the medical recruitment scholarship is actually used. When I look at the medical recruitment reserve, I see that it currently has a balance of $846,000. And so my question is, the amount that we are adding in this year, is that added to the reserve, and then as we recruit medical professionals, we pull from that reserve?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So we add to the reserve, and then we fund our expenses through that reserve.
So does this, would adding an additional $100,000 increase our capacity to recruit new physicians or other health professionals or students?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I may redirect that to Mr. Fothrop. I'm not part of the operations of that program.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would. By increasing by the 100,000. The 100,000 that we do have in the budget would allow for us to recruit one additional physician. An additional 100,000 would allow us to recruit two physicians. As well, we do have a physician relocation program in which they can access funds to relocate their practice to Cornwall in return for a commitment of service in the community. That would allow us to increase that number to 3 to 4 candidates this year if the funding were increased, as opposed to, I believe, we have funds available within the 100 for only one relocation candidate.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the understanding that there was a statement in one of our prior budget meetings that should we be in a position where there is opportunity to recruit another medical student or professional, that would come to council and it would be our prerogative to approve or.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the agreements do come to council for approval. However, if we didn't have the budget to, if we were to find a second candidate, we would have to come to council prior to making that offer to that additional candidate. We would not be able to make that offer without a budget to support it.
So a doctor who comes here gets $100,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the scholarship program, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bailey, I believe it's a 5-year program at $25,000 a year to subsidize their education. And then the return to service is that it's a forgivable loan that as they complete their years of service in Cornwall, we forgive each year of that $25,000 a year for the 5-year commitment.
Okay, so in any one given year, we are only spending $25,000 on the scholarship for each medical recruit, correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, the funds that are budgeted actually is, and it's a bit complicated math because it goes to the reserve, and there are existing commitments that we are paying for and need to honor, and so it's a bit complicated, but perhaps Ms. Bailey could explain better than I can.
It is confusing.
Maybe before we turn it over to Ms. Bailey, it is a long-term legacy program, I'd say, of the organization. And, based on what you're seeing in your community, based on the feedback we're hearing from the team, based on the feedback we got even yesterday from the health unit, there's opportunities for us to renew. Obviously, with more money, we can do more, but the types of attribution that are described right now make the program a bit of a legacy, and we might have to position the program a bit differently to meet the intent and the needs of, I believe, even Councillor Hébert and maybe I don't want to misinterpret, but you're describing that in your statement as well, that there's opportunity to position the recruitment a bit differently.
Yes, and I do recall before I was on council, I had been observing a council meeting where I believe it was the mayor who put forward a motion to review our medical recruitment process to include nurse practitioners and other health practitioners, so that who can see patients, primary care, I should say. Has that review taken place? Okay. I would be willing to support this contingent on a review of that medical recruitment, because I don't believe that it's been modernized, and I agree with you that it is legacy and that it doesn't necessarily reflect the current climate or environment that we are recruiting in. I want to follow the direction that was made. If there's confidence from senior management that $100,000 will be enough to get us through this year, I am okay with that. And on the same angle, I don't want it to prevent us. I don't want to only have $100,000 in there and it prevent us from recruiting more medical professionals should they be available, because they're so few and far between right now.
And I'm learning, but looking at the landscape of this, I think there's I hate to overuse the word governance, but what does the hospital need? What does the health unit need? What do we need as a community? I've asked those questions and I've not been able, and this is not on the city, this is on all of the partners, of properly identifying the needs within the region. So, You know, there is some work to do in that space to properly understand and properly position the program. I think a review of the standalone within the organization would be quite limited. I think in the spirit of what do we need as a city, and not, you know, hospital does this, health unit does that, we do something else, and finally we sort of divide and conquer rather than unite and build up. I think the review can be done, but needs to be framed in a complete context, not simply in a financial one.
So I'd be happy to connect you with the right people. There is a health human resource table that meets, and it's SDG Cornwall Akwesasne wide. So it is not siloed. There is very much activity. Yeah. So, but I can connect you with the right people so that you can have the conversations, because that's not my conversation to be having. What I want to make sure is that the funds that we have in this account are going to be appropriate and sufficient to allow us to maximize the opportunities that present themselves for physicians and other healthcare practitioners.
Councillor McIntosh, I'll come back to you, Kerry.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jamie, I guess. The hospital claims it's recruited about 6 or 7 doctors in the last year and a half. They wouldn't be people that are on our system, eh? Like ER doctors and surgeons too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding, our doctors, it's family physicians is the scholarship candidates that we are seeking. There are doctors, though, that might very well be accessing the relocation grant. And that is a little bit more broad, not necessarily specific to family physicians. They do prioritize pediatrics, family medicine, psychiatry, and mental health.
Yeah. I'm told the ER at the Cornwall Hospital, on a normal day, they have 3 doctors working ER during the daytime. At night, they have 1. It seems weird, but that's what they do. So they don't seem to be suffering when it comes to ER doctors. They've got them staffed. Same with number of surgeons. I understand there are a few brand new surgeons in town in the last year or so. Anyway, South Stormont has a very good clinic in Ingleside, staffed by about 5 doctors, 6 doctors. I mentioned to the mayor of South Stormont one day about, accessing that, because somebody from Cornwall, he's, oh no, we pay for that, you guys don't, which I found strange, because they come in and use our doctors, but there seems to be some resistance about non-South Stormont people, that's for them, not for you guys. Is there any way of working together? I don't even think they've got a recruitment program, or do they? But they're well-staffed. Both that clinic's well-staffed. No work, I mean, if a doctor comes to Cornwall, they're serving, not only Cornwall, but the outside area. If a doctor comes to Ingleside or Lancaster, it should work the same way.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I couldn't comment on, limitations doctors outside the Cornwall area might have on treating Cornwall patients.
One other, I remember that coming up where we changed the rules. We adjusted the rules because there was a doctor who's now in Plattsburgh doing his internship, Dr. Jared McDonald, who's from Cornwall. Is he, if he arrived on the scene, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't have the names of our doctor scholarship candidate, Sandy.
Yeah. He was committed to coming back to Cornwall, and same as there's a doctor in Ireland right now, my son knows him. He's from Ingleside originally. I won't skip the last name, but he said he's coming to Cornwall when he finishes his internship in Ireland, but he didn't qualify for the scholarship because he was out of the country. So that kind of thing. So, interesting. Dr. Paul yesterday, we're not low, we're not high, we're in the middle. Don't try to compare yourself to Kingston, because they got a medical school there and they got 100 doctors looking for somebody to work on. We are holding our own, but it's not good because, as I mentioned, there's a doctor who's retiring at the end of this year who's got a huge practice, and about 800 patients are going to be cut loose there. So it's a really dog-eat-dog world out there, trying to get a a family doctor. I've only had 3 family doctors in my entire life. It's amazing, like, you know, but I just hit it lucky. They stick around.
Councillor Hollingsworth, and I have a speakers list.
I'm not going to support the motion, Your Worship. Certainly, who doesn't want doctors in the community? Everybody does. It's a given. But I'm not convinced that the medical recruitment program has worked as effectively as it could. And we talked about, we had a while back, I remember some doctors that didn't fit the criteria, and so we had to, around the council table, had to kind of debate how that was going to work. And then, of course, when they come, they may or may not stay after their 5-year tour is up. Now, apparently, many of them are, but there's no real clear sort of, yeah, this is a guaranteed kind of success. So I kind of think that we need to review how we do recruitment. Yesterday or the day before, I can't recall, they're all kind of blending into each other now, but discussed with Dr. Paul about us building our own kind of administrative building so that doctors could just do doctoring stuff and we do the administrative stuff. I've read a few articles. I've even had a few doctors tell me that they would love to see something like that because they don't really like doing the business of running a medical office. They're not business people, they're doctors, and wouldn't it be nice if somebody else did the paperwork so that I can treat patients? So I'm not completely convinced that, I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm not convinced that we're doing it as well as we could. And I think that this year might be an opportunity for us. We're talking about transition in other capacities. Perhaps this might be a time for us to say, where do we want to be moving forward? Our CAO has already expressed the notion of talking to the various other partners who do medical and saying, you know, are we meeting your needs, or what are you doing? And so I don't want to just put money in and say, well, everything's fine, when I'm not really convinced everything is fine. So I'm going to not support the motion, even though I agree medical recruitment is important, to be sure. I guess I'd rather just say, where can we, moving forward, do we keep doing what we're doing, or do we have to change it? And in the meantime, let's leave the funding where it is. And as already expressed, I'm confident that if a doctor called and said, hey, I'm thinking of moving to Cornwall, and in fact, I'm ready to sign a contract to move to Cornwall or buy a house in Cornwall or whatever, that it wouldn't take very long for council to say, sure, we'll access some money somewhere. We do have 70 million bucks in reserves, so while we're not about spending reserve money, this one might be some we can make an exception for. So it's not like we're tied down and, well, too bad, sorry, we don't have any money. So I'm not going to support the motion, and if a doctor showed up tomorrow, well, I think we can work something out. So thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Abraham, I had you down next, but you are going to be allowed to wrap up, so, okay. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have you, Councillor Gardner.
Okay, so I just want to say, this program, as I understand it, is not about established doctors and attracting them to Cornwall. There have been twice during my term on council when some doctors did want to come, and in one case, I think we helped on a mortgage, we did renovations to a house, like we'll do anything to have a doctor come and make them feel hospitable. This is about actually giving scholarships to students who wish to enter medical school, and at $25,000 a year, and then at the end of it, they're committed to the city, I think for a 3-year term. Now, I came in yesterday thinking, maybe this isn't a successful program, but oh my gosh, I did some digging with the recruitment that has happened and the results, and currently, we actually have 4 people in this program working in our community. And we've got 3 more coming on board this year. That's 7 doctors. And what I also found out is that where these doctors are committed, once they graduate, when they've used all $125,000 that we're giving them, they're committed here for 3 years, but 75% of them stay beyond the 3 years. And lest we think because the hospital has recruited these emergency room doctors, or there's a clinic in, South Stormont, all that does is take the pressure off our lack of doctors here. I was helping a family recently. The farthest I could get with getting them a family doctor, which is what this is about, was I have them on a wait list at the community health clinic, the nurse-led clinic. No chance of a family doctor, but that's okay, because there's a clinic. But you can't even go to the clinic. The only place you can go is to emergency. So thank heavens that we do have these extra emergency room doctors, so you don't necessarily wait 8 hours now to see a doctor. But believe me, you're going to wait 4 hours. So it's not like we've got a surplus of doctors. And I just want to say, today's headline in the Ottawa Citizen, like I appreciate Councillor Hebert saying that we want to be a hub city. In medicine, too. You know, Winchester, where a lot of people go to have their babies and get their cancer treatment, they don't have a nurses to keep their birthing unit up to demand. So this is somebody getting a doctor or two or relief in emergency doesn't mean our need is not there. We have great need. I mean, I could ask around the table who's got a family doctor. I don't know. Maybe you all do. I don't. And I'm grateful. I waited, but I got into the Seaway Valley Community Health Clinic, and I imagine that's a lot of people in town. And I know people, because I've helped get them there, they're on the wait list. Thank you.
Councilor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Fothrop. If by chance there was someone that would want to come to Cornwall and the funds had been used, would you come to council and say, I need money to bring another doctor in here? Would that happen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's what we would do. However, without the funds in hand, typically the staff aggressively go after doctors and offer the scholarships because we do have the funds in hand. It would just change the way in which we communicate with those doctors, having to add that caveat that we would have to come back for approval of the financial resources required to be able to fulfill that scholarship commitment.
But it could be done. So, given that answer, I think I won't vote in favor of this. I came here to try and lower our tax base, not move it up. So, given that, and I've heard that around the table, we're not here to raise up the tax base. We're here to try to lower it. And in this case, I don't want to add it. It may be cold to say that, but at the end of the day, we'll come back to you if you ever need the money.
Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one of my questions was just asked and answered, so I appreciate that. The other one I have is, if somebody goes through this medical scholarship program, are they required to be a GP, or could they work at the ER, or does it matter?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the requirement is that they practice in family medicine.
Okay.
And maintain a practice. I understand some can have hospital privileges as well, but it's specific to family medicine.
Okay, so the 4 that started last year and the 3 that are starting this year, I just heard Councilor McDonald say there's 4 are working in the ER. Did they go through the program? Because if they did, why aren't they opening a family practice?
Through Mr. Mayor, I believe they do have family practices, and they may very well have hospital privileges that allow them to work in the ER, but the requirement is that they work in family medicine.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councilor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had few questions that was answered, but my goal tonight, I'm going to say it again, is to lower these taxes. So I'm going to stay on it, even if I totally agree that we need to attract more practitioners in our community. It's something that we have to do, but at the same time, we have a lot of residents struggling. So I'm not going to support this motion tonight, even if I know that we really need more doctors in our community. Thanks.
I'm just going to provide comments before you wrap up, Counselor. I am going to support the motion. I think, there's two streams of thought here, and I understand we're trying to keep our tax rate low, but at the same time, we're under a lot of pressures as a municipality to do our best to attract doctors, and that's why I've been talking about doing a review of our program. Believe me, it's coming. And I think it is overdue. The program has been great, but I do think there are some limitations based on the formula. It's about 20 years old or so. So, I mean, there's been an evolution in healthcare and the way we do things. Back in November, I had the opportunity to attend what was it called here? A primary care town hall. And, the invitation was actually circulated by the SDC. And there were groups involved in that. And I found it enlightening because I got to hear from a large number of physicians themselves. And one thing we were hearing is that, and some of them were actually former scholarship candidates that we had funded to come to the area and practice in the area. And they were grateful for that, but it's evolved. What we were hearing from some of those doctors is that, it's, the loans are nice or the scholarships are nice, but when they start out on their own and they're trying to establish a practice, that's where they hit a wall. And they're looking for support in terms of administrative staff, including help doing all their filing in terms of their finances, their paperwork, having assistance, having a space. So I think, it's gone beyond just providing financial support to doctors whenever they're in school. It's far, those were the comments that were received. It's not so much that the loans are what they're looking for now. It's more so that support when they start their practices, and that can make a difference. So, we talk about South Stormont having a clinical building. That goes a long way. And I think that's something we need to look at as well. There are nurse practitioner-led clinics. That's something we need to look at. So if we're going to undertake a review of this program right now, when we talk about $25,000 a year per student for 5 years, we're talking about maybe one more student or so-ish with an extra $100,000. It's not perfect math, bear with me. But if we are going to look at establishing a clinic that's turnkey, or we're looking at providing support for doctors to hire staff, those numbers change and the number goes up. And, are we going to look at using that to attract RNs? Are we going to look at that in terms of other medical professions? So I think contributing $100,000 extra into our medical recruitment efforts to use at a later date to support the attraction of medical personnel into our community is a viable goal, and I think it's a successful goal, or it's something we should strive to be successful in. And I really think we need to make sure we have that foundation today, because the numbers are going to shift, and it's going to change what we're looking at, what we're funding, and our targets. So that's why I'm going to support this, so that when we do have our new program in place, we're set up with success and have the funds available. Councillor Hebert?
Thank you.
Just, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Bailey informed me that we just, again, for the clarity of directions of these motions, we need source of funds. So if the additional, I guess, what's on the screen is an additional $100,000 to what's presented in the budget currently.
Tax base?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, within the medical recruitment budget, there are two programs. There's a scholarship program and the recruitment program. So the 200 doesn't just go to new students, it goes to, could be existing doctors to relocate and start right away, right? So it's not, 8 years down the road or however long. So I think, we're really overdue in changing the criteria for this program. It's been discussed quite a bit. I think we should be looking at nurse practitioners. We should be looking at amending it in a way that we can support foreign workers to recertify to practice in Ontario because they're here and they're applying to work at Olymel when they can be practicing medicine, but the costs might be unattainable for them, and so we could be supporting that way. I think there's a number of ways we can be changing this to make it less restrictive to those who've just come from our community. I think if you are without a doctor, I don't think you really care where they come from. You just want to have a doctor. So I think there's an opportunity to restructure this whole program, and we can do that while still putting the money in the budget. And if we restructure the program in 6 months, then in 6 months we know what to do with those $200,000. In the meantime, staff, with adding the extra $100,000, we are giving staff the direction to recruit this many. the direction, if we were only going with 100, which is proposed, would be do not recruit more than what 100 can give you. So this way, we do the 200, and staff will go out and be aggressive and try to recruit, whether it be two scholarship recipients or four recruitment recipients. I think, it gives them the direction just to move forward. So I don't think we really need to add the wording in this motion that we want to see the program redeveloped or amended or whatnot. I think it's pretty much clear around the table we want to do that. So I don't think that needs to be changed. So thank you for everybody who shared, but I will leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion's been on the screen for a while. I think we're aware of what we're voting on, so call the vote. Councillor Gardner, microphone, please.
Just a point of information. Damn, I forgot it again. What is the 100,000 extra? I was out of the room, so when I came back, I saw the 200,000, and I thought that's what you were asking for. So, what does the 100,000 extra? Where does it put our tax rate?
Ms. Bailey?
So a change to the levy of 4.21% and $119 on the average residential property at.
Just I don't. Could you say it with the mic? And I wonder, I guess for council, yeah, here it is on the screen.
You want to make it a little bigger? So a levy increase of 4.21% and $119.06 to the average residential property. We can see the percentage, but it's 4 point, over here. 4.15.
Okay, thank you for that information. I'm sorry I made that mistake because I was out of the room. However, I will change my mind and support it for 100,000.
Okay, all in favor of the motion? All opposed? Motion is carried. Just 1 second. Okay, we're going to adjourn for dinner. Again, we're going to take half an hour, so we'll reconvene at 8:10. Thank you.
I'm going to leave Madam Clerk to read, and I will comment after, if through you, Mr. Mayor.
Now therefore be it resolved that the sum of $150,000 designated to the leachate and gas collection system upgrade capital project be redirected to investigate how the 2,590,000 square meters biogas could be converted into electricity to be sold to Cornwall Electric.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hollingsworth? Councillor Good.
Yes, it's 133.
Okay. Councillor Gunjo?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. The reason I brought this, I moved for this motion is based on many facts. First, we are producing more than 2 million of biogas per year. And who speak about biogas speak about energy. And I was confused when I saw that the methane that we are producing has a leachate in our collection system was being to be oxidized and then after through into the atmosphere. So normally if we want to be progressive and based on scientific fact and studies, I know that we have many technologies to convert the biogas or the methane into electricity. And I know that in Quebec, the province of Quebec, many municipalities adopted this technology. So very simple, what is this technology generally called cogeneration? It is just to use the biogas and to convert it into electricity through a very simple process that consists in burning these biogas and putting these all this system into a generator that convert the heat into electricity. I think that we, as a community, should think about this problem. Right now, what is done into our system is that the biogas will be collected, burned, and rejected into the atmosphere. So we're going to collect methane, burn it, and reject CO2 into the atmosphere. So, and we know that CO2 is known as gaz à effet de serre, we say in French or in English, greenhouse gas. So it's something that we like to fight against. And I would like, this page 133 being changed, and that the council give direction to administration to explore this new technology consisting in turning the biogas into electricity and return this electricity into Cornwall electricity. If we go till the end of the process, this can generate, I made a very quick mathematics, but if we go through this system, we can get 1.8 million per year of by selling this electricity to the Cornwall electricity. So I hope that the council will get this point. First, it's gonna be a very good way to convert the CO2 that will reject into the atmosphere. Second, it's going to be a source of fund for our community. And third, I think it's a responsible action that we're going to do for the protection on the environment. So thank you very much, and I hope my colleague will vote for this motion. Thank you.
Going to go to Mr. Fothrop first.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a few comments. First, I'll start about the gas and the leachate collection project. So, the gas collection project is we need to move ahead with that starting in the spring. We have to install the gas collection system in the area of the landfill that we just covered, and so that basically prevents methane and landfill gas from going into the atmosphere, and it is much more dangerous when it leaves the landfill and goes directly into the atmosphere. We must collect it and then direct it to the flare. So we have to move ahead with that in the spring. The other is the leachate collection system. To open up another portion of the landfill, we have to extend the leachate collection system into that portion to collect the leachate from that area. So that's in regards to the project. So we need to move ahead with that just for landfill operations. In terms of utilizing the landfill gas generated from the landfill, we have looked at it before, and the business case wasn't there based off of the methane that we were generating. So for instance, the 2.5 million tons of gas, that's landfill gas. And so that is not necessarily methane. Methane is about 40% of that quantity. And much of that is generated from organics. And so we're undergoing a process right now where we are looking to remove organics from the landfill. And so that source of methane should be decreasing substantially over time as we integrate organic collection. So our expectation for the for methane gas production would be decreasing significantly as we look to implement organics. The other items too are we have a significant amount of condensate and leachate, which we spoke to at our budget presentation, currently in our gas collection system that the MECP has directed us to remove. So we would have to address that issue before we look to any changes in our landfill ECA. So as of right now, some previous studies that we've looked at, our existing landfill didn't generate enough. You know, we could do some high-level looks at it again. Absolutely, there's always technology changing. We'd be happy to bring a report, investigate it further. Our goal is to eliminate organics, which is what generates the methane to power these systems. So, for instance, the gas gets produced. Landfill gas gets produced, it's 40% methane, it's extremely dirty gas. It has to go through a mechanical scrubber process, and then it would have to go through energy generation process, and then a connection to the grid, which is capital cost intensive. We'd be happy to look at it again, but our goal in the long term, or even in the near term, is to eliminate organics from the landfill, which generate the methane gas, which is needed for the electricity production. But where technology is continually changing in this environment, and we'd be happy to do a high-level review of it.
Councillor Hollingsworth on a point of order.
Point of order, Your Worship. I didn't know that, and thus I'd like to withdraw myself as the seconder of that motion, if that's in order. I think.
Madam Clerk?
Well, that's interesting. We've never come across that before.
Certainly, my point is I seconded it knowing, thinking one thing, but in light of the information, I don't really want to, and I'm not going to continue to be the seconder when I plan on voting against it. I mean, to fight. So I withdraw myself as the seconder unless somebody else wants to. I don't know what the procedural bylaw says on that one.
It doesn't speak to it, but I will
What
look
the
into it,
Robert's
and
rule-
I will have the answer next time.
Well, I guess my point is, and typically I believe our procedural bylaw specifically says if we don't have a rule, we refer to Robert's rules on that, and I don't know what Robert's rules says on that one.
I have seen it before where the seconder has voted against the motion, for the
Well, we can
record.
do that for the sake of argument for today, but I would be curious to see, and if not, then maybe we need to add something to it. Anyway, I'll let the debate shake itself out, but my intention is, in fact, I won't in light of the information Mr. Fothrop has presented, I'm not gonna support, even though the intention is valid, I don't wanna support, because we need to do this, it's something we can't ignore. Thank you.
Mr. CAO,
I'm okay.
you're okay? All right. Counselor Good.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions for Mr. Fothrop. I mean, I find the proposal, it's innovative and it's interesting. Can it be done this year? It doesn't sound like it. But I'm curious to know, because we're doing the BOSMAP, the Biosolid Organic Septage Master Plan, and you kind of referenced that, you know, we're moving towards separating out our organics from the landfill itself. Do you have any more information about kind of where that's headed? Do we intend to process the organic material ourselves, or are we going to be outsourcing that? And then part of this question, and if we do or are considering processing it ourselves, in that case, could that make the biogas energy production potentially feasible?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess there's a few things. So in terms of what are we eventually going to do with our organics? So there's a few options. There is these are generally a few options. There is send to an exterior facility, look at what their tipping fees are, and do a kind of a climate review to ensure what they're doing with those organics. Like, are they landfilling them, or are they using them for renewable energy generation? So that's what basically one option in the BOSMP. From a high level, that looks to be the best option right now for the municipality. The technology for energy generation is fantastic. Like, we're a huge believer in it. The only challenge with it is that you need a volume and a large operation to generate, to justify the cost of the process equipment, which I did a high level of describing. Ultimately, the gas production off of it is extremely dirty. And like the organics are contaminated. So there's a major process that has to go through there. You have to clean the organics repeatedly, put them through screeds, and then digest them to produce the gas. And it's there's a lot of municipalities that doing it. There's a lot of private contractors in the space. It just requires, to make it viable, it requires a high volume of organics. And so you need a generally speaking, you need a much larger population base. So that's one option, is going private. One option is potentially you look at some sort of co-digestion facility at the landfill, or there's the potential of co-digestion at the wastewater treatment plant, where you're basically mixing your biosolids in with your organic collection. So those are basically, I'm going to say, the high-level options. The preliminary cost to do it ourselves is upwards of $50 million, and there's also some challenges with that. And based off the preliminary numbers and we'll present this all as we present the BOSMP. Some of the preliminary numbers we are getting for tipping fees from these other private facilities that are capturing from a much larger area are cheaper than we could ever. They're cheaper than what our current tipping fees are, just to put it in the landfill. And so the business case appears to be quite clear, but again, we're finalizing that, and we'll bring it back to council for consideration.
Interesting. Thank you for the information. Another thing I had heard too is that if we are going to implement the organics processing ourselves, that it might limit the contents that we can put in it. Some are a little bit more open than others. I support the spirit of the motion, but I'm not going to be supporting it at this time based on the information provided. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question, I was going to go to Mr. Fothrop. In my area, there'd be a few garages where people have put solar panels up, and they were asked to take them down. Cornwall Electric will not allow them to access their grid. So I'm just wondering if we did that down the road, would Cornwall Electric or the grid, the federal, provincial grid, accept us? Because they haven't done it with solar blankets. They won't allow it.
So, Councillor, I believe I responded to that question yesterday, and I'm glad to clarify once again. We at the municipality have interest in green energy, and we believe there are also community businesses and residents who could benefit from technologies that are out there. So the Director of Government Relations is advancing discussions with the Ministry of Energy to discuss the matter. We understand the local privately owned authority has perhaps a different view on the matter. That's why we're seeking from the regulator clarifications. I don't know, Mr. Faltrop, if you have anything to add.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. Cornwall Electric has previously, the local provider has previously communicated concerns with it. They've informally have communicated to us that some level of energy generation behind the meter is acceptable, and they're just working through what that policy and practice is going to be. However, that's only at this time it's been informal, and they're expected to publicize some information on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McIntosh.
Actually, my question was, Cornwall Electric has a contract with Quebec Hydro. Would that be a violation of the contract if Cornwall Electric purchased from somebody else? But I think you've answered that. The question is, this doesn't change the budget numbers. We're just transferring 100,000 over to someone. Could not maybe get a report on that for a regular council meeting?
Relating to some of the elements described by Mr. Faltrop for the biogas options, we can certainly endeavor to bring back a report. But if you read the motion, it is a reallocation of a matter of 150,000 relating to the leachate, which I believe Mr. Faltrop highlighted was an obligation we have to the Ministry of Environment.
Yeah, so it's an out for this year, even if we did that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We need to do this every time we expand and close a portion of the landfill.
Yeah, okay, so that answers that question.
Further questions or comments? Councillor Ngudjo, do you want to wrap up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you very much to my colleague for their sharings. I got the point, but I would like to mention what was presented in the budget. It's right in that on average, page 133, on average, the active Cornwall landfill produce approximately 2,490,000 million meter square per year of methane and not biogas. So based on that, I would like Mr. Faltrop to agree with me that there is a mistake.
Because
speaking about biogas, biogas is crystal clear. It's biogas. If it is methane, that I agree with you that in the biogas we have 40% or more than that. Do you agree with me, Mr. Faltrop?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it should state landfill gas for clarity. It's not pure methane gas.
Okay, so based on that, it's crystal clear. I agree with you, but here there is the base of the mistake. So I present this motion based on this information and those that I didn't have, but I'm going to support my motion too. Or if it is possible, I would like the administration to explore this technology and to check if it is possible to our community to get this. And plus, I would like to add that the municipality of Saint Hyacinthe, which is 55,000 residents, has this technology, and it's working very well. They're saving a lot of money with that. 55,000, it's not that much different for Cornwall. We expect that we're gonna hit this amount of population in few years. So maybe we can think about that now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. So, excuse me, sorry, Council. So we have the motion in front of us. Everyone's had a chance to read it over. Everyone knows what we're voting on. Call the vote. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Councilor Good?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to bring forward a motion, and it's not one that's directly going to affect us in this term, but I believe it is one that will affect future budgets. So if you don't mind me just pulling this up here. Do I have it as a draft? Okay, so I don't have the motion written, but I'm going to try and wing it on the spot here. Essentially, we have a tree canopy line item for $300,000 in the budget, and to which I have already asked Ms. Bailey if we are able to put that under development charges. Now, this has gone back to Sean Michael at Watson and Associates to provide commentary. And am I allowed to do this? Okay. And the commentary was that while the tree canopy program is not part of the eligible costs within the background study and cannot be funded from developmental charges, the cost of planting trees could be considered in future DC studies if it relates to new development. For example, monitoring the tree canopy and trees lost to new development that are being replaced by the city. So my motion is that at the next, my goodness, sorry, it is getting late and my brain is not working the way it was a few hours ago, is that upon further assessment of development charges, that tree canopy program be included in any future amendments. Ms. Bailey, perhaps you can explain, there are certain items that qualify to be spent under development charges, and that's based on a study that we had previously conducted, but I believe tree canopy was not considered in that study. Am I correct with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the city completed its development charges study update, excuse me, in 2023. Tree canopy was not included in our background study, which means that it wasn't included in our capital costs. So any capital projects related to growth that are not included in the background study cannot be funded by the development charges reserve. The background study goes through an extensive public process and is updated every 5 years. So that study cannot be changed unless it goes through that process again for amendment. So the next time we update our background study, we'll consider that and any other of the eligible expenses at that time.
Sorry, just to clarify, Ms. Bailey, would you mind providing timing as to when that review would happen? I think that would help the councillor.
The next background study would come to council in 2028, but we'd probably start it 1.5 years before that.
Well, we're going to do a favor to the future councils. We have $400,000 budgeted through 2023, and I imagine it's going to continue to go. We have I think it's like $1.6 million currently in development reserve. So this is really a favor that we're doing ourselves for the future. It's not going to affect us in our term, but at least if it's there and it's accounted for, then we know that upon the next assessment that it will be considered and potentially added in as a a potential item that can be put under development charges.
Could you repeat your motion, please?
Oh my God, sorry.
I got half of it.
Can I? Oh, that upon the next assessment of development charges, that tree canopy management be included in the amendments.
So Counselor, it's outside of the cycle, so I'm sensitive.
Sure,
but
that's fine.
Because there's no
It
financial.
felt like a good idea at first, and now that I'm saying it out loud.
But you
doesn't
might
feel
like
so
where what I'm proposing, which is it has no financial impact.
Yeah.
We can add it to the notes, so whoever picks up the file when they are reviewing it, they will consider the direction that was given today.
I think that would be appropriate, yeah. I had tried to pull this out of the tax base because it's $300,000. It's a decent amount of money. It would have made a difference in terms of the percentage. Unfortunately, it looks like that's not possible this time, but I would like for it to be possible at a future time. So yes, if it can be added to the notes, that would be great. It doesn't need to be a motion, and my apologies for the confusion.
Council? Councillor McIntosh?
Question?
Yeah.
On the motion. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Haley. The determination of annual debt repayment limit. Am I reading it right that we pay an annual payment of $9,988,775? Page 202?
François, would you mind putting on? Oh, would you mind putting it on the screen? Could we?
Page 202?
So it was also part of the presentation to council.
Yeah, I'm just.
That our estimated debt payments for 2024, just under $9 million, of which $7 million will pay down principal, and $2 million will is an interest.
Yeah, okay. Is that that's growing? Is it?
Is our debt?
You can look into the. I mean, as we borrow more money, I'm talking about the police station and this kind of stuff. That number has got to really grow.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that number will grow.
Yeah, of course.
At the same time, we are paying down, in 2024, we'll be paying down $7 million.
Yeah.
But we plan to borrow 32.
Yeah.
In 2024.
And then the police station 5 years from now or 4 years from now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so a decision wasn't made on
No,
the
no,
police
but to say if
station
we
just yet?
they're
but-
I mean, it seems to be it's a fait accompli, but so okay, I'm just thinking of this debt that's piling up. We're well within the limits. I know that.
Currently, we're well within the limit, but we did present that we will be going over council's policy of 10% of own source revenue
Yeah,
within
okay.
the next year or two.
Yeah, I just think of the Captain Smith when he said to the passengers, "Don't worry, it's just a little water. We can take care of it." He was the captain of the Titanic. And, anyway, mild concern about the growing debt, but we seem to have it under control.
Was he a relative of yours too there, Mac? I just want to provide commentary. The police board has not approved a new station yet. There is a study underway, but understanding that it will likely point to the need for a new station, but nothing. I know there's commentary in the community that it's been approved, but it has not yet, just as an FYI. Is that it? Yeah. Councillor Gunjo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I move for another motion? Okay. I'm going to leave. Yes, please.
Is that a point of order or seconder?
Is there a motion on the floor right now?
The clerk's bringing it up.
Okay, all right.
Are you able to read it, please?
Whereas council has heard from many residents and from the Environment and Climate Change Committee how important our tree canopy is for the environment and for the future of Cornwall. Now therefore be it resolved that the sum of $120,000 be removed from the Climate Adaptation Plan capital project and be redirected to the tree canopy efforts.
Is there a seconder? Second for discussion. Councillor McIntosh? Councillor Ngunjo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I moved this motion because, as it's right, and we are cutting a lot of trees due to the fact that we have to build some houses in our community. And we need to respond to this because it's an environment and climate problem, cutting trees. So our canopy right now is suffering a lot. And I think we need to be more aggressive about this issue concerning the environment or the canopy of our city. So I'm proposing to take this money that was supposed to be allocated to climate adaptation plan. That is very important. And to bring this money to support the canopy trees that is going to increase the amount from $1,000 and $2,800. So I think it is something that we should do just to balance the quantity of trees that are cut in our community. So I urge my colleague to get into this motion because now, as I understand from our residents, they are waiting us to act and not to go through many plans as we're going to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. For reference, the climate adaptation plan is on page 137, if it wasn't already mentioned. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the motion. I think it is important for council to know that this was extensive conversation within the senior management team as we were developing the budget. We know how important alignment for green initiatives is across the organization, and once again reinforced through the strategic plan retreat of council. I'll turn it over to Mr. Faltrop, but we are under the understanding that there are sources of funds that would allow us this year to plant more trees than what the attributed budget amount was in the budget for in 23. That we're going under that impression. So we're aligned with what the member is saying relating to the goals. As it relates to the climate adaptation plan, it's an important year for us. You approved the strategic plan, which has very ambitious goals to meet net zero by 2050. We need to look aggressively at the fleet, aggressively at our buildings, aggressively at other actions, which the $120,000 would fund. So I want to identify the measure, and I'll ask Mr. Faltrop particularly on funding from other agencies so that we can meet your intent, Councillor. To give additional context.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. So there's a number of applications out right now and going to be out, and we're actively pursuing. We expect to make a number of applications over the course of this year in order to supplement more tree canopy. We completely agree that tree canopy is incredibly important for carbon capture. But we believe that we can secure funding for these initiatives to plant more over and above than what we've indicated in our capital project. And we believe that this plan is critical. It's a critical next step of our climate action plan to ensure that we adapt. So the climate action plan looks at reducing our GHG emissions. The climate adaptation plans will how how basically, with the inevitability of climate change occurring, how do we adapt for that, and how do we change our policies and practices across the corporation to plan for that inevitability? So in short, we believe that we can supplement our tree canopy through federal government and provincial government application programs that we are pursuing quite heavily.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
One quick question, Mr. Fothrop. Last year, when we had this same discussion, I can't remember, I don't believe it was you that I specifically asked, but whoever actually officially runs the program, when I asked about adding money, the impression I was left with was, even if you put more money into the budget, we don't have enough human beings to plant the trees. So if the budget is for, let's pretend 100 trees, even if we had 200 trees, we don't have enough human beings to get them all planted in the ground in time before they regrettably die off. Is that still valid, or did I misunderstand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would hire contractors for planting the majority of our trees. So if the amount was increased, we potentially could increase that amount. But we also have initiatives where staff plant them, as well as plant them with volunteer organizations as well.
So conceivably, if council, which I'm not going to happen tonight, but if council said, let's double that, let's put $1 million into that account, you could kind of round up, maybe $1 million might be a bit extreme, but let's say $200,000 extra into the budget. You could find enough people to plant those trees as long as we have some square footage to put them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would increase the scope of our tree planting contract.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm kind of on the fence, Your Worship. I'll wait and see what my colleagues have to say.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't support the motion, not that I don't love trees or believe in our need for them, but the climate adaptation plan is a huge umbrella plan of which the tree canopy is a part. And if we're looking at the prospect of having the tree canopy paid for by somebody else, let's not diminish our efforts to come up with a climate adaptation plan, because we've got by 2050 to get to net zero. So, I mean, swapping the money for one climate benefit for another one, that's just going sideways. We have to go aggressively forward, and that means hold firm on the climate adaptation plan, of which the tree canopy is only a part. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, it's, I would imagine just don't go willy-nilly. We got 500 trees, just find a place. And there has to be a plan, doesn't it, where you go? On private property, believe it or not, a lot of people don't want a tree in the backyard. They see it as a nuisance, or especially the front yard where you got your services running up and down. So, strange to say, would there be a shortage of places to put trees without just saying, we'll just put one here for the sake of putting a tree up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, oftentimes the right-of-way can be tight. We'd have to look to a lot of our open spaces that we have, like parklands, recreational trails, those types of areas. We also do plant new trees in our right-of-way, but as you mentioned, sometimes it can be a little congested with utilities, but we would look to both types of spaces within our right-of-way as well as open spaces that the city owns.
So I guess what genesis of my question is, it takes planning.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Further questions or comments? Councillor Ngunjo, do you want to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're speaking about climate adaptation plan, but I would like to share with you that, scientifically speaking, there is no way to capture carbon no best way to capture carbon than planting trees. That is crystal clear. We're not going to rebuild the tire. It is crystal clear that if we want to capture carbon, we just have to plant trees, no more. We can build all the plants we want, but it is a fact. Trees, no more carbon. So instead of spending money to another climate adaptation plan, I think this money can be used to plant trees. And especially in this time, our community is going through a housing crisis. And we can just go around the city, we're going to see a lot of spaces where trees were cut. So I think we have to rebalance this situation. And even if we expect, because it's not a fact, it's not clear that the trees that we're waiting for the federal government are going to be given to our community, I think we can be responsible and give and show to our residents that these matters of trees is a serious matter that we're taking care of. So by doing that, it is a message that we're going to send to our residents just to show them that, yes, it is true that we allowed a lot of permit for building houses, they cut trees, but at the same time, we are trying to increase, to protect our canopy. And this is a hard and strong message that our council should send to the resident, just to increase the trees and to protect our canopy. Even if I respect and I know that the climate adaptation plan is something necessary, but we are in the special, it's a momentum now. And I don't think this climate adaptation plan is mandatory for this year. We can postpone it for next year and just bring responsible action to about the protection of our canopy. So I wanted to share that with you, and I hope my colleagues are going to follow and vote for this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is on the screen. We're going to read. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Thank you. Councilor Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the topic of trees, I'm going to send the clerk the following motion to defer the construction of the Queen Street sidewalk to 2025 and until a detailed construction plan can be delivered to the public and a fulsome community engagement has been completed with the residents. If I can get a seconder.
Councilor Good seconds.
Thank you. We heard from a resident on Monday. They're looking for more opportunity to speak to the department before any plans have come through. We've all received a presentation from Ms. Arbic. I just pulled it up, and there's an image that shows that the south side of the street has 7 mature trees. The north side has, I believe, 13. And so I think, that there's obviously other impacts to this beyond just the trees, but I thought it was a good segue. Thank you, Councillor Gunjo. I just believe that there should be additional consultation with this neighborhood before anything goes further. And so if there's part of the budget that includes the consultation piece and the planning, I would be happy to leave that there. But for the actual construction, to leave that to 2025.
Yeah, it's on the screen now. Mr. Fawthorpe.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So currently we have an open house scheduled for late March, April regarding the project. Queen Street's a collector street. We sent out a survey to the majority of the area. We received overwhelming feedback. 90% of possible users agreed that a sidewalk was absolutely needed on Queen Street. It receives high traffic volumes. We don't commit to the side of the street at the time of the survey. What we're asking is whether or not residents feel that a pedestrian link is critically important on the road corridor. And that's the response that we received back from residents. The reason why we don't get into side selection is there's a few things. It needs to be determined through engineering design. which considers a number of factors, and trees is one of them, but overhead utilities, grading, underground infrastructure also needs to be considered to determine what the best and most proper location for the infrastructure is. So that's the reason why we don't include the side on the surveys to the public. Especially too, we generally know what the commentary would be about different sides of the street. So that's the rationale for the survey. It was identified in our active transportation master plan. It's a collector road along school routes. We certainly believe that it's a priority. We're going to have a consultation session in March or April, and we'll present the side as to where the sidewalk is going to go at that meeting, so residents will be aware before they attend that meeting. And if there's any other information I could provide, I'd be happy to provide it.
And just to complete, Mr. Faltrop, when those designs are presented, we look at all impacts from driveways to trees to any front yard. So at that session, the public will have an opportunity to provide additional feedback and comments on the matter, and we invite council to attend as well.
Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth next.
Thank you, Your Worship. My track record on sidewalks is legendary, not necessarily for all the good reasons. I'll never support a deferral, Your Worship, on a sidewalk. I realize we want to save trees and all that kind of stuff. But what's more important, the life of a child or the life of a tree? The longer you wait, the more at risk you're putting the people in that neighborhood. And while I am no traffic engineer, I am pretty confident that the safest way to move pedestrian traffic is with a sidewalk beside the road. The further away from the road, the better. I will tell you that the people who live on the north side will say put the sidewalk on the south side. The people on the south side will tell you to put the sidewalk on the north side. They will all come up with what seem to be pretty reasonable ideas as to why it should be on the other side of the street. The truth of the matter is, having walked that street from time to time, it is borderline terrifying for pedestrians. And my kids are adults, so I don't have to worry about pushing a stroller, but I imagine having, well, you never know, but not right now. The point is simply this. The thought of pushing a stroller down that road at any time of the year, to me, would be utterly, I couldn't watch it. I would be terrified to look out my front window and watch somebody and then throw a dog in there to boot, pandemonium. And the traffic is not slowing down there, Your Worship, it's speeding up. And it's not getting less cars, it's getting more cars. And while I appreciate that people don't want sidewalks on their front lawn because it undermines property values or whatever else, the arguments they will pitch, there is nothing that anyone could say short of somebody's life being compromised that will deter me from pushing ahead with a sidewalk ASAP. Thus, I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Good and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I supported this motion is because it's come to us continually, and there was a petition, thank you, not a protest, that would have been a little over the top, but a petition that was presented to us, a whole PowerPoint presentation, and some pretty decent points that were brought forward. One about the tree canopy, and it's not just trees, it's mature trees, and that's the important word. That's habitat and, of course, carbon sequestration as well. If the intention is to do it on both sides anyways, I don't understand really the logic behind behind having that mysterious element to say, well, we don't know what side we're going to do. We have to wait for the study. I get that there's going to be a study and it might recommend the north side, but if we're doing both sides anyways, like, why not just continue the existing sidewalk that's on the south side, make people feel like they've been heard? Because, I mean, I don't live in Riverdale. I can't speak about what it's like to walk down Queen Street, and I like living on a road that has a sidewalk. I definitely feel safer, and I don't think I'd feel very safe walking down Sydney Street if it didn't have a sidewalk. That being said, I really do think that when people are coming to us with a petition and there's so many signatures, that it would be remiss of us to not even just give them the time of day to hear what people are saying. So I think if we get a petition that says, no, not on the south side, we want it on the north side, well, then we can cross that bridge when the time comes, but that hasn't come for people. And so I think they just want to be heard. If it's going to be on both sides, it's going to be on both sides, but like, let's start with where it's existing and at least appease somewhat the outrage that's been sparked.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would just like to say, I believe these people have been heard. They've been heard often, but they're not listening to the response. They're going to get another opportunity to be heard in March or April. And I honestly think that people who object to a sidewalk, if they live where that sidewalk is proposed, they should somehow declare a conflict of interest, because it's not their property values we're concerned about here, it's lives. And I just called up just to see how close Waldrich, which is the terminal point for that proposed sidewalk, how close it is to, it becomes 7th Street West, and that's the way to the Benson Center and to that shopping center that's there. There are all kinds of things that will attract people to walk, or if they're too afraid to walk, then they're going to use their car. This came from the Active Transportation Committee, support for this, as well as our own city policies. Sidewalks are essential in an urban setting, and so I think we're going to hear from these people and others too, and I'll certainly go to hear them, but I hope they listen too at the same time. Thank you. I'm persuaded safety demands this.
I have Councillor McIntosh next.
Yeah, I live in that area. I live in Erdene, and my wife and I, when we do the Riverdale walk, running is a long time ago. Anyway, part of our walk program is Queen Street, and you're absolutely right, Dean. They allow parking on both sides. We walk single file when we hit Queen Street, constantly looking behind to see the headlights and, move up on the lawn. And in the winter, it's a real gem because you can't get up on the lawn, so you hug the curb. It's not an easy, laid back walk. When it comes to people we're not listening to them, but Michael said we did a survey. We listened to Mrs. Arbery, and we have a March meeting, so it's listening to them. A person who lives on Queen called me up about 2 weeks ago, and her concern was, which side is the sidewalk going on? And I got my book out, and I saw, I think, either an N or an S, and I said, that must mean it's going on the south side. She said, good. Okay. Her only concern was not on my property. So you might recall several years ago, many years ago, they didn't have a sidewalk up in the Riverdale Viscount Park area, and I'll use his name, McCoubry, had 2 young kids, and he campaigned for the sidewalk. And they were mad because we weren't building a sidewalk, because the kids had to walk on the road to get to Viscount and the other school. So it's amazing. A number of people think they own it up to the curb. I get that a lot. Well, it's my property. You go, no, it's not quite your property. You have a right of way and a chance to use it, but it belongs to the city for good reason. So I think Michael's department is doing it, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They've opened it up. They're going to have a March meeting. They come and air their grievances and concerns and whatnot. But I know walking Queen Street, and it's a busy street. Dean said, it's everything coming off the 7th Street extensions onto Queen. And so I couldn't imagine sending your 2 kids to school who are 12 or 9, 10 years old and having them walk down Queen Street or going to the park. It'd be nerve-wracking. But a sidewalk is justified on that street of all streets.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Mr. McIntosh, Councillor McIntosh, my wife and I walk. She walks, I limp. But I remember to the young ones, Riverdale had no sidewalks. We had to fight like hang to get the sidewalks put in there. Kids would, in the winter, would be walking on top of, that's what kids do, they go on the top of the snowbanks. And any slip or any car coming by would disable them or hurt them or kill them or whatever. So then I'll go to Leonard, where I live, both sides. One side wanted it, north side, south side didn't want it. It worked the other way. They didn't want it, they wanted it. So we have to make the decision sometimes that's for safety. And as far as 13th Street, as far as Queen Street, they are so busy, and people that are driving vehicles in this city do not slow down. They do not stop at stop signs. A lot of them don't. And that makes me want to have a sidewalk, whether anybody likes it or not, especially on Queen Street, because of the traffic. But rest assured, we had to make, I think you were here too, Dane, we had to make the decisions. We were yelled at, we were written, we were talked, it didn't matter. You go to the grocery store, somebody didn't want a sidewalk. We had to build them. We have to take our responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further comments? Okay. I'll make a few. Councilor Guidry? No, okay. I grew up near there. I grew up just a block away from Queen Street. Spent a lot of my youth on that in that area, walking that street. And even as an adult, when I briefly moved back to that neighborhood, I spent time walking on Queen Street. Personal opinion of someone who spent a lot of time in that neighborhood is that it needs a sidewalk. I remember when the one on Power Dam was put in front of my parents' house, and initially it was supposed to be on the south side of the street. And the neighbor there started a petition because they already had one on the other side of their house. It's a kind of a triangle property. My parents signed it, supporting the neighbor. I don't think they realized they would end up on their side. You know, we're past that because that's, I don't know how many years ago now. But at the end of the day, it's, you know, I do believe Queen needs a sidewalk. It is busy, and it does provide access to Brookdale, the Benson Center, shopping malls, all kinds of things. And as someone who has walked that street in winter, in summer, as a kid, and as an adult, it's not great. I was going down Queen Street to head to my parents recently. I saw a stroller. I saw someone pushing a stroller and had 2 kids in tow. And it struck me because it stood out. And because I noticed it, right? Because there's no sidewalk for this. And that concerned me because I'm like, oh, geez. So realistically, it is a safety issue in my opinion, and I think, you know, there is room for public consultation. This is the same process we undertake for these types of projects. There has been a petition. We followed our petition policy on that. A project has been proposed. There will be public consultation. There will be detailed drawings, and the side of the road will be decided, as it always is, the one that makes the most sense in terms of engineering and after consultation with the neighborhood. We have a process in place. The side hasn't been decided today, and it will be. And that's something, to me, in this case, the politics need to be out of it. That's my personal feeling on this, so I won't be supporting this motion. Councilor Huber, do you want to wrap up? Okay. Motion's on the screen. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Thank you. Council? Council? Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If nobody else wants to make any adjustments or suggest anything to the budget, then I'd like to wrap up. And may I ask Ms. Bailey to put the numbers up on the screen? The latest numbers we have with the 4.21. So we have a tax levy of 4.21, and I have to refer you again to the list of communities that have already approved their budgets. We are still in competition to be the number 2 from the bottom rather than the average yet, because every other municipality is still higher than 4.2%. So I ask my colleagues to support this. We've had many motions made about the budget, but none have taken money out. Some have suggested moving it from one place to another. But as far as reducing it, I feel that there's reluctance around the table to propose any further cuts, because heaven knows this is a constrained budget. We've asked all our community agencies, for example, to stay at 3%, whereas our city departments haven't in every case been able to stay to 3%. So we have 4.2, and I feel absolutely confident that this does an adequate job of enabling us to continue our programs and prevent further cuts for this year. So, as I said before, there's no Hail Mary pass here. I think this is why we get the big bucks, because we make hard decisions, and this is possibly for some people a hard decision, but if you're reluctant to raise taxes, because I know people consider taxes an expense, taxes are the price of a civilized society. So on that note, I suggest that we...
Before you get a second, Councillor Good just indicated she
I'm
has
sorry, I
a
forgot
final
that part.
motion. Yeah. Did you want to make a motion,
I
Councillor?
have one motion and.
Is that okay, Councillor
I
McDonald?
wish, I wish it could be for reducing something. I wish there was something I could find that I felt could be cut, but there really isn't anything that I find that could be cut right now. I would like to make a motion to put $15,000, to add $15,000 towards the agri-food network from tax base.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hubert? Councillor Good?
Thank you. As you all know, I am the city's representative on the agri-food network. The work that organization does, while it feels rural, there is an urban implication and there is a benefit to the work that is done through that organization. This year, they actually increased their budget, and both the counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, as well as the counties of Prescott, Russell, have approved a $35,000 budget for the agri-food network. I worry that if we put zero towards that network, that we will be pushing away an organization that can benefit our community. And so while 15,000 is 20,000 less than they have asked, I am hopeful that it will at least show that there is value and importance to the work that they do in our community, and that we understand the economic and societal benefit that comes from supporting local food. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
And just ask the clerk again, just to stay consistent. Source of fund, you said, Councillor?
Tax base. Okay. Just for clarification, how much are we providing this year? We're providing zero?
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had a commitment for 3 years, and that ended last year, so there's nothing in the 2024 budget at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Hollingsworth?
I'm going to vote against the motion, Your Worship, for exactly what Ms. Bailey already suggested. We committed to 3 years. The premise was here's some seed money to get you up and running. And I'm always a champion of seed money for any particular festival, a business proposal. I don't have a problem helping out a new company or a new initiative on a short-term basis. The money has run out. We fulfilled our commitment. We did what we said we were going to do. And the expectation was, or at least my understanding was, when Mr. Manley presented, was give us some seed money and we're going to take it and we're going to go with it and everything will be great. And after that 3 years, we expect to be perfectly on our own. And here they are looking for more money. And I don't want to give them any more money, so I'm not going to support it.
Council Hubert?
Yeah, I guess.
Sorry, Councilor Ngunjo first, Councilor Hubert.
Oh,
My
sure.
mistake, you did put his hand up. You had your hand up first. Sorry, my mistake. It is getting late.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here is an example of what we are planning to do with funding our organization. I think during 3 years, they benefit fundings, they made the job, and now I think it is over because I know we have other organization in the city that can benefit to this fund, and that is not the key problem. To me, the problem is that it is tax basis. And as I said in the beginning of this meeting, I'm not going to support any motion that's going to increase the taxes. So I'm not for this motion because my position is decrease the taxes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Hubert, again, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my comments are more general around the presentations we received on Monday. And I think groups like the Agri-Food Network should be able to present to councils significantly in advance of budget deliberations so that they don't show up smack dab in the middle of it without having any room on the budget for them, right? So I would hope that we can really reevaluate how we did things this year, because we have that for like one-time funding. We have the outside agency program that happens in the fall. And it just seemed like what happened on Monday was just a replication of that, or a duplication. And so I would love to see us stick with like one or the other. I don't think the town hall was a bad idea overall. It's interesting to hear some things from the community, but I think to open it up to like anybody to ask for funding, it's probably not, especially in the middle of a budget period, probably not the time or the place. And it should be done, there should be a time frame months beforehand so that administration can consider it, add it to the budget, and then we can decide to cut it or whatnot. So I'm happy to support organizations like Agri-Food Network, but I would like to see them come, a month or two before the budget is presented to us, and then it be included in the budget, and then we can choose to do X, Y, Z with it. Thanks.
Councilor McIntosh and Councilor Gordon.
Just jog my memory, but was it Mr. LeBlanc? That his name? Wasn't he here a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? Made a presentation? But he didn't mention any money at the time.
He was directed not to.
Okay.
Councilor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As much as I'd like to give them the money, I agree with Councillor Hollingsworth. When we start working on the outside agencies, we've told all of those agencies that after 3 years, you're done. So this was 3 years, you're done. Sorry, I like what they're doing, but don't come back a week, 2 weeks before the budget is cast.
Further comments? Councilor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I appreciate my colleagues' perspectives, and certainly we are put in a position where we're making difficult decisions about who gets and who doesn't. I think what this last budget cycle has really shown me is that we need to make some changes around the way that we evaluate which outside agencies are funded, and that looking at them in a piecemeal fashion and having them rapid fire present to us while we're in the middle of budget deliberations feels very uncomfortable and unproductive. And so I respect where my colleagues are coming from, we have put some money towards some organizations in our community that we know do good work, and I know this organization does good work, and I'm hopeful that I can continue to support them at a board level. So expect from me at the next meeting some non-budgetary motions, but motions that will hopefully allow administration to provide some greater consistency around how these funding requests are made from any kind of outside organization for greater consistency. Thank you.
Okay, motion is on the screen. All in favor? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Thank you. Councillor McDonald, you still want to make that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt a budget that calls for a 4.21 tax levy,
Okay, there it is.
increase to the tax levy.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Gardner, Councillor McDonald.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think I've made this argument twice now, so I hope my colleagues heard what I had to say and will agree that this is a fair budget.
Councillor Bennett, was that in hand? Or-
Speak, yeah.
Okay. Yeah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've looked this budget up and down both sides to look for the nice-to-haves to cut, and I didn't really see any nice-to-haves. What I did find was a lot of need-to-haves. You know, we have some roads that are in bad shape. We have equipment that's at the end of its life cycles. You know, we've had some negotiated wage increases, all taken into account, and all that operating in a province that had right around 4% inflation rate this year. We're in right about the inflation rate, so I don't know what anybody else would be expecting, considering the financial pressures put on households, businesses, and municipalities, but a 4% increase. So the only way to go lower than this now is to cut services or cut infrastructure, and I don't think that's the way I want to go. I think it would be the wrong thing to do. I think, first off, I think administration, you know, we gave them the 3% target, and it's clear by looking at this budget, they did all they could to get to that target, and it was obvious that it just couldn't be done without cutting services. So, you know, we're all homeowners. We're all going to pay the extra 4% too. It's not like we're not going to be not paying the same rate as everybody else. So, I will support this budget at this increase. Thanks.
Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support increasing the taxes, and the only reason is that it's very simple, my point of view. I would like our residents to keep the money in their pocket because they need this money. They're going to use it for whatever they want. But I think it's the best way to answer to their need. It is clear that we're cutting services, but at the same time, we're giving them few money to do what they want. And they deserve that. They need that because life is so expensive. Gas, electricity, water meter, we didn't speak about that. All that is on the shoulder of our residents. So I think we did our best, but our stay to what was proposed before. I'm not supporting increasing the taxes, and I hope the administration will do the best to answer to and to service our residents. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been through a lot of budgets, like some other councillors, and this is probably the toughest one when I had to make decisions that were hard to make. But at the end of the day, the money that's in the budget now that we were passing, I hope, is needed in the community. So I'm very comfortable with supporting the increase. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a victory lap tonight. It's a good budget. I'm supporting it. Increase is an increase. But I thought the administration did a tremendous job of presenting this budget. I know we we had voted, at least a majority of us voted for a 3%. Was it realistic? Maybe not, but at least it was a target, and I just think they did a good job at it. I'm looking at my personal expenses. My natural gas bill went up $60 a month since a year ago. And my cable bill jumped $40 before I got smart and went to another company. All these increases, and I thought Dean really captured it nicely when he talked about, we are piloting, here's another increase. But there were a couple of things in the budget that I didn't like. I didn't vote for it. But I don't defeat a budget on one or two items that I didn't like. I got to look at the whole picture. I'm not going to bring down a budget because there are a couple small things that I didn't like. So if anybody wants to join me tomorrow at Tim Hortons, meet the cranky seniors at about 7:45, and I understand that
I gotta go to school.
Justin might supply me with a couple of flak jackets from the police station, and I'll get it. No question about it. I'm used to that, and that's before I leave the house.
I'll make sure you have ballistic plates. Councillor Good.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Gardner. This was a difficult budget deliberation. I think the additions that we made were all things that we believe will measurably enhance the quality of life of our community. The last resort fund, funding towards a 2S LGBTQIA plus organization, Diversity Cornwall. What else did we add on? The medical recruitment. These are things that measurably enhance the quality of life for all of our citizens, but particularly our most vulnerable and those who are not being funded elsewhere. So I wish we could have lowered it. I wish there was some obvious thing that we could have removed and knocked it down. And I asked Tracy if she had any magic numbers like she did last year, where she just somehow knocked like 2% off the budget, but that wasn't the case this year. So I think you're right. Inflation is inflation, and unless we're going to cut services, which we're not, this is where we're at. So I'm happy with this, although I don't feel happy right now on tomorrow as I'm getting attacked. So thank you.
Further comments? Oh, Councillor Hollingsworth, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, I just want to thank the senior administration, in particular the finance department. Tracy, you and your troops. I know budgets are your moment in the sun, but then that there can be long and arduous. And I know for us it's 6 nights at 6 hours a pop. For you guys, it's probably infinitely longer than that, no doubt. So I just want to thank the finance department in particular, senior staff for having to grind through these. It's not an easy process. Mr. CAO, congratulations on your first adventure. You still seem to be standing, so that's always a good sign. The budget itself, I kind of wish we could have done a little better, but such is life. So as I said, I just want to thank administration for all of their time and energy. Thank you.
Further comments? Councillor McIntosh?
Ms. Bailey, will Rob join me at Tim Hortons tomorrow to give me some backup?
Okay. Councillor Guncho?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. The motion is still on the floor, right?
Yes.
We have to vote the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to just make a few comments. I do want to start off by thanking administration, in particular Ms. Bailey, the entire finance department, CEO, Madam Clerk, everybody. It was a lot of work, a lot of hours put in. It's a tough year. I mean, inflation's up. We have examples from across Ontario, across the country, where there's some significant budget pressures and numbers are starting to seriously go up. Toronto's flirting with a 10% tax increase now, and then they're crying, if the federal government doesn't give us money, it'll be 16%. And when I see municipalities do that, it bothers me as a municipal official, elected official, because we are amongst the many municipalities that do our best to balance our books and make sure we have the resources we need. And then the big cities go out and try to leave holes in their budget on purpose so that they can lower their tax rate and try to get funding from the other levels of government. But we don't do that. You know, we do take on debt. We do apply for government funding when we can, but we do our best to make sure that our increases are as reasonable as possible. I'm looking at 4%, and to me, you know, as I think about it, it's a high number, personally, I feel, but the way I look at budgets is similar to Councillor McIntosh, you know. Would I have liked it to be lower? Absolutely. I always want it to be lower. But when I look at what's in the budget and where the possibility is to reduce that number, and what we try here at council, and some moves are successful, some are not, then I sum up how I feel at the end of the day with the budget. And in the past, I have voted against budgets. But I can't vote against this one. I think overall it's reasonable, and there's a lot of good things in here that will help us move forward. We're making progress in a lot of areas, and I think we're setting the stage for success as we move forward. When I look at some of the plans that are included here, medical recruitment being one of them, last resort funding, these are good programs that will have an impact in our community, that will benefit our residents. And I think, you know, we're investing in our parks, we're investing in a lot of things, we're investing in our facilities, and those are meant to service our residents. We're buying new equipment for our fire department, for our EMS, for police. All of this makes our community better, it makes it safer, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to provide services to our residents, and we need to spend money to do that. I don't know how long inflationary pressures will last for any municipality. Hopefully there's a way to mitigate that. As we continue to attract new investment and development in Cornwall, it'll help lessen the blow as we go forward. But right now, this is where we are. And frankly, I think we're positioned better than a lot of other municipalities, especially based on the feedback we got from the 40 that we saw provided by Ms. Bailey. So again, I want to thank everyone again, administration. I want to thank council for your time. It's been a long series of meetings. I appreciate everyone's efforts. You know, I've said this before. I said at the beginning of the term that, you know, I'd be asking a lot of everyone, and that includes council and administration equally, but everyone has delivered every time you've been asked to do so. So thank you sincerely for your time and effort on this. Councillor McDonald, do you want to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I could add anything to what you just said. Thank you.
All right, council, motion is on the table. It's on the screen. All in favor of the budget? All opposed? Budget is carried. Thank you. The other report on this agenda that we have was deferred to a regular council meeting. Just as a reminder, the multi-sport outdoor recreation facility. So with that, I move for adjournment of our budget for 2024. Councillor Bennett, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next council meeting is February 13th. That is a Tuesday. It is our first Tuesday meeting, and that is at 6 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you. Good night. Bonsoir.